What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Browers, Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Well, 1-4-4 for the double break, and this would sum up Richie Howson's day. If Morris finds double 12 for back-to-back top plus checkout.
For the match, it's 2 wins out of 2 for Rohan Browers. Keeping that trend continuing. That's a stunning, sublime 104 leads, 2 legs to 1. Time is composure. You can see what Tommy Morris thought about it, but that's the comeback of all comebacks. What a finish!
Jamie Kelling.
What a way to end the game for Jamie Kelling. That's a finish and a half. Wilkinson leads 3 legs to 2.
It's the final day's worth of action in Group C. 2 players tied at the top on 8 points, and only 2 can make it through. Welcome along to Portsmouth. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the action where overnight it's Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling who have a shared tie for the lead, both on 8 points respectively, going into the final day's worth of play here on the South Coast. We're going to be watching it all in the company of the 2020 Premier League winner, Glenn Dermott. Glenn, intriguing group, intriguing day ahead of us.
Yeah, I really enjoyed yesterday. There was some really good match players, and I think each of the players had their own stories. But for me, for qualification, it's going to be 2 from 3 players.
Group B took place last night. Paul Hogan tops the pile, and he's becoming a bit of a... I know he's a season campaigner here, but he's becoming somebody more regular in terms of the winners' enclosure now.
Yeah, I like that term season campaign because it also incorporates, for me, how to qualify. And he looked very at ease from dart 1. Even when he wasn't winning legs, he was sort of fist pumping. He just looked very comfortable with himself. Incredible confidence he's going to get through that 3 from 5 ratio there, and deservedly sat top of the table overnight.
So let's have a look at the table then, following the first night's worth of play in Group B, because Jason Heaver joins him on 6 points. Graham Usher and Danny Janssen both on 4 points. Carl Coleman didn't pick up a win yesterday. Going into today's action in Group C, though, that's going to be our priority this afternoon, and this is how the table looks there. Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling both with 8 points to their name. Richie Howson just in behind on 6. Dan Hans and Rohan Browers have a couple of wins to their name on Thursday. Tommy Morris didn't pick up a win. Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling then the top 2 going into today's play. Let's begin with Carl. Now, you picked him out as your value bet yesterday at 9 to 1. What was it about his performances yesterday that pleased you so much?
He was a steward. I think while some players were producing the goods at times, he just sort of done his own thing. It was a really good interview, quite bullish that he had. His doubles were excellent, over 41%, which is a really good sign. I liked what he said. He knows he's not going to outscore the Kellings, the Howsons today, but he knows when it comes out to the finish and he's the best in the pack. And yeah, he's got a good, important opening game. A match he goes in as a big favourite. He can have that separation which might settle him down.
In terms of Jamie Kelling, lost that first game against Rohan, but other than that, he was quite reliable and dependable, wasn't he?
Oh, I think better than that even. I really enjoyed his performances last night. And I can't think of when I've come to a session when JK's been here, and this was just, for me, a real highlight of the day. Just look at the scoreline, look who he's playing, look what Howson was finished on, and say, no, he doesn't give too much away, but inside they've been buzzing at that point. He's got all the credentials to be a real top player. I like JK, and deservedly, once again, in a fantastic position overnight.
Let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think ahead of tonight's action. Carl Wilkinson goes off the 6 to 4 favourite. Jamie Kelling 13 to 8. Richie Howson 3 to 1. Any value plays in there for you, Glenn?
Yeah, I think Richie Howson, in a sense that we're talking like he's not playing very well, and we're talking how well Wilkinson and Kelling are playing, but the highest average overnight was Richie Howson. But then there's a little statistic there of his doubles, and they were really poor in the 20-odd averages. He needs to improve on that. So I guess the important thing for Howson, he knows he's a top-quality player. If he can hit his doubles today, that's where the value is.
18 plus, gavinaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series. Our first game of the day is a meeting between Rohan Browers and Carl Wilkinson. And early on this morning, I caught up with Rohan. Rohan, couple of wins to your day yesterday. What would be your overall thoughts after the end of it?
Well, it was a difficult week, first of all. We had some great guys in the group, and it's been difficult for me to adjust to the venue as well. But the experience I got the first 3 days, I could have put it into play yesterday and get some wins over the line.
Is this completely different then for you in terms of playing on a stage, playing in front of cameras? Is this the first time you've ever done something like this before?
Yeah, this for me is the first time also before on camera to play live in front of an audience at home. But it's been difficult to adjust, like I said earlier. I'm happy to have such a great group who just gave me a little bit of rest. Also with Danny, I have a good companion to travel with and have some food. Just have to relax at the end of the day.
Nice hard group to get yourself into. You must have thought, well, here we go here when you saw that Group A.
Well, I was looking at the Group A, and even my friend sent me the group, and I was like, okay, I'm in for a hard one. Just been a learning curve, and just have to get some confidence from the good bits and just learn from the bad bits.
So in terms of today, you're still in the mix in terms of qualifying through to Saturday. What do you think you've got to do to ensure you stays one more day?
Yeah, the goal is to win all 5 games. That's what you have to do. That's what you get plus 10 points for. But it's going to be difficult. Amazing players in this group as well, so it's going to be hard.
Wish you all the best, Rohan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, really nice to hear from Rohan. 5th day for him here at the Super Series. He'll be hoping that it's not going to be his last as he takes on Carl Wilkinson. I suppose the one thing that's in the favour of the talented young Dutchman is the fact that he is in a position where he's playing the play at the top of the table and he can reduce the gap to Carl to within 2 points if he can get a win in this particular contest. Will it be hoping that the darts stick in the board today? As for Carl, well, everything he touched seemingly turned into gold yesterday. The 41-year-old from Barnsley making his 5th appearance in the competition. Up against Rohan, making his debut here. The talented young Dutch star played at the World Youth Championship back in the back end of 2024. And, well, he gets his knuckles together and he's going to have to get a move on today. If he's to make it through, you probably get the sense with 4 points to his name, then he's going to have to probably complete the card. Owen Binks, world level official from Colchester in Essex, one of the best there is in the business, is in charge of all of the day's action. And alongside me in the commentary box is one of the best in the business as well, Glenn Durrant.
Oh, I'm not liking this. You've been nice to me today. You can sort yourself out with that, Henry.
Never said what you're one of the best in the business at, mind.
No, that's better. That's the Henry we all know and adore. But it's been every time I look at Rohan Browers, I can't help but think of the journey that Marvin van Velzen went on. It's almost like you come here to get acclimatised, what time to get to the venue, how to practice, what to do in between games. And I think he'll come back a much better player. And I think that Group A campaign was tough. But he started yesterday in a game where he looks second best throughout against Jamie Kelling, but his doubles were really good in that game, and that's what he might need against Carl Wilkinson, who looks really focused this week. Well, he's left himself on a finish after 9 darts, and in terms of his day yesterday, average of 86.19 for the session. His doubling was the real strength, 43% on the outer ring throughout the course of a session on a day where everybody else really struggled when it came to taking opportunities at the outer ring. Yeah, in particular, Richie Howson as well. So I think it's going to be keen to see how he picks up. Really looking forward to the real head-to-head between these players as well. Well, Wilkinson looking at 120 to take the opening leg. Now, Rohan really hasn't got out the traps here.
in the early stages of this match, and Carl's really had as simple possession through to a first leg win could get.
Yes, an incredibly slow start in Group B last night. It took 3, 4, 5 games even before they started flexing their muscles. Just chat McCarlison, he knows exactly what he has to do.
On the first leg, Carl Wilkinson.
Solid once again, 17 dart, hold a throw, but I didn't think he'd be the type of player to have a real plan of attack for today. He really highlighted this game as well. This head-to-head last night with Rohan, who I thought Rohan was excellent for 4 legs against Carl Wilkinson. And Carl said, I'm not taking, I know I go into this match as a big favourite, but he then goes back to the players area
60
with a 2-point lead, and he said that could be pivotal.
And it's interesting you mentioned the dynamic of Group C and Group B, because we've seen it before. That Series 7 championship that we alluded to, the Group A in that was absolutely terrific. Superb game, superb standard. But it was almost as if everybody else knew how good that Group A was. The players playing it and the players coming into it. And the dynamic of Group B and C never caught it. In fact, the standard was quite poor in the Groups B and C in that particular Champions Week. And sometimes you can see it, because one group at the beginning of the week is that good.
83.
Everybody feels like, right, we've got to play at that standard. And sometimes you can maybe pressure yourself to play at a high level, where that can then sometimes lead to a little bit of panic setting in. But Carl was the one yesterday that just didn't allow that. He was the one that just said, right, if I get on and play the game that I know I'm capable of, I know I can get some joy irrespective of what the other person's throwing at me.
But I was surprised that he had that plan. I just always thought that Carl was, whatever happens, happens, Glenn, and whoever I play in front of me, I'll just take that as the challenge. But he had a real key indicators of what he wanted to do, and it was a very impressive day, and he started today without being spectacular again, nice and solid.
43.
Just around about that mid-80 averages. You can just see him looking at the scores there. He's very astute. His boxer's clever. His board management's good. You can just see him assessing the situation. No panic. So good, very, very early signs, body language for Carl Wilkinson.
So, Rohan, it's a better second leg in comparison to the first, but it's nowhere near what we've come used to when it's come to him. And so Wilkinson will feel like he's got 6 and 110. May only need the 3. Does only need the 3.
The second leg, Carl Wilkinson.
And right at the very beginning of this Friday session, Carl Wilkinson is settling down to the task quite well, which is quite impressive, really, because the first thing he had to do when he walked in the building this morning was search for his darts. Because do you remember at the end of yesterday's transmission, he was talking to me and you in the studio?
Yes, he told me about it this morning. Well, it was a little bit of blind panic. But I was delighted to hear that he found the darts in the interview. An interview I thought was
60.
Very enthralling, very intriguing. I thought he stuck his chest out and was quite bullish about what he wants to do this week. He's a terrific player. I don't need to tell you that, Henry.
99.
And I always say to players, success can come in your 20s, your 30s. You can even get your dreams in your 40s and 50s. And maybe the time's now for Carl Wilkinson.
58.
Yeah, he left his darts and his towel in the studio that we used for the Top and Ender show presentation, and so his first task this morning was have a little look around there, a little whip around to see whether they were there. Indeed they were, and the darts they are throwing is very, very accurate so far, bringing his average up to 91.43, courtesy of the day's first maximum, and is in full control of this opening game.
You could just see him mop his brow there with that towel, and what he was saying is why maybe some of the more smaller players backstage were saying they were wilting under the heat. He said he found the stage in the just absolutely perfect conditions.
102.
Of which I said, I often think you worry about the heat when you're tense and you're worried, you're nervous. Tops for a 3-0 lead.
62.
What I said, I don't think he's worried about this game right now because this has been a rapid start from the Yorkshireman.
Full control.
100.
Has this match exactly where he wants it. Rohan Browers hasn't posted anything by way of reply up to press in this contest. And Wilkinson moves 3-0 to the goods. And Rohan with a dejected look on his face because he knows the defeat in this one will pretty much spell the end. Loses this one, he's 6 points behind Carl. If Jamie Kelling was then to beat Tommy Morris as he's expected to, he'll move 6 clear. And there'd only be 8 points for the pair to play for.
Yeah, I might come back to you on that one, Henry, when you said he's expected to beat Tommy Morris. Because Tommy Morris, if you are looking at that table thinking a player on zero, he's going to be the one where people can really attack. But Tommy Morris, as you know, Henry, can beat anybody today. And I think he becomes that spoiler. He could do the Wilkinsons, the Howsons, the Kellings a real favour.
Well, I can't say word for word what Tommy said to me when I greeted him this morning, but let's just say he wasn't overly pleased with his air of performance and that he's going to put things right today.
I know I heard things like, yeah, preparation wasn't great, blah, blah, blah. But we've seen players, if you get a really late call-up, you haven't got that time to stress, to worry, to look at who you're playing. So I wasn't having that. The more the other fact, he's just come back from holiday, you know, is he match sharp, etc. But he's one of those exciting players where today can be just a brand new day and he can go through the card.
Yeah, got a phone call when he was on site. And so he had to ditch all of his work tools, get his darts regalia on, and then make the trip down to Portsmouth.
Yeah, very lucky these Southerners getting late call-ups.
Rohan require 130.
I was going to be a little bit nervous. They could be asking maybe the commentary team, but yeah, I understood you weren't available.
He's not going to look at the bullseye. Sensible play.
We had a couple of games last night where players didn't get going until the third leg. That's exactly the same that we've had with Browers here. This is by far his best leg of the day. Can he see it out? A leg he's dominated.
Game's on the fourth leg.
Well, he's on the board, but is that a stay of execution or is that the beginning of something just a little bit bigger? Wilkinson now at the ball, throwing to win this particular contest.
I was about to say, I don't think panic is in the vocabulary of Carl Wilkinson, but that first start is the worst he's thrown in a day and a bit. You can just see him just stretching his arms. So he's feeling it. He knows the importance of these two games. These bottom three players in Morris, Browers and Hans, you know, they'll play with freedom today. Those at the top, you might see a couple of sticky wickets.
58.
Yeah, let's not talk about wickets after events at Lord's this morning, Glenn.
Are we having a bad day?
Let's just say Jasprit Bumrah's doing what Jasprit Bumrah does.
140.
Although Joe Root did get his century. They would have just headed off for lunch now, wouldn't they?
Inquisitive look there from Wilkinson. This is... we did see a match yesterday with Richie Howson, who was 3-0 down and come back to win 4-3.
Yeah, that was the Richie Howson game. It's Tommy Morris, wasn't it? Morris raced into a 3-0 lead, hit a couple of ton-plus checkouts to open up that advantage before Howson filled off 4 on the spin. Then, well, Carl Wilkinson from absolutely nowhere is just completely dovetailed in this game.
And if you're interested in all the aspects of technique, you can just see the incredible amount of body movement that's coming in. That stem from that very first up, but that is really clever and cute what he's doing there. He's just took the sting out of it. He's gone away. But you can just tell that is not as smooth. And see that body coming into it now.
Rohan require 164.
He is feeling it.
Well, Browers isn't going to take out the 164, but he has got plenty of time on his side.
Predict a 99 score here. That's what a player seems to think about. Should go centre the board.
127. Rohan number 137.
Clever stuff, but it's about Rohan Browers right now. Seems to be the in way to go, doesn't it? Treble 19 tops. But
25.
when your opponent's on 142, there was a plan B.
Well, Rohan hasn't really cleaned this up, and so opportunity knocks here for Carl Wilkinson to get the job done. Double 16 to a done over 142.
Rohan require 112.
That would have been a finish and a half. I was expecting him to stay on the treble 20 after the first one. Treble 19.
52.
Wilkinson understood the importance of this first game. He wanted to go 2 points clear. He wanted to be the first player on 10 points. And that's exactly what he's done. It's a great start for the Yorkshire captain, Carl Wilkinson, who had a fantastic day yesterday. Start his campaign, did a little bit nervy throughout. He'll go back, but the most important and crucial part of it was the 2 points. Always dominated that match. It's a comfortable win in the end as we move on to game 2. It's Tommy Morris looking for his first win against Jamie Kelling.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilkinson got the better of Rohan Browers by 4 legs to 1. Average just under 82. That moves him on to 10 points in the group. Our second game is a meeting between Tommy Morris and Jamie Kelling. For JK, a chance to move on to 10 points in the group. As for Tommy Morris, the 32-year-old from Poole in Dorset, 7 times a weekly finalist in the past, up against Kelling, who is looking to make it through to weekly final number 6 in what is his 12th appearance here at the Super Series. Ever present, not just here, but he actually played in the first ever week's worth of action in Ye Oldie Livey Leaguey back in Southampton in our previous studio, our previous concept.
Tommy to throw first.
So,
Game on.
all I'm saying is there's ever presence, and then there's Jamie Kelling, who is so far present, he might as well have his own statue built outside the building.
Yeah, seriously nice guy and a terrific player. I don't think I've ever really seen him play that bad. There's something in the back of my mind where he was top in a group and had a bad second day, but you can always rely on him being there. They'll always give you a run for your money anyway, JK, but one of them's not going to qualify. Howson, Kelling and Wilkinson, and that'll be a disappointment for Saturday night.
85.
Dan Hans has really impressed me, but can he go through the card today? I'm not sure he has the consistency, but
60.
he's got a superb air game.
Well, Jamie Kelling's not just, and I think it should also be said, he's not just here because he's been a part of the furniture for a long time. He's invited here on merit because of his performances that have
40.
warranted that. And his performances here in the past have been superb, and in recent times he's been finding different levels. There was a time last
83.
year where he was knocking on that door of another Champions Week spot. Didn't quite work out for him the way he would have liked it in his previous appearance here, not making it through to the Saturday, but
140.
indications early on here that he is in a very good position to progress and in a very good position to
100.
break the Morris
Jamie
throw in
McGuire,
leg one of this game.
136.
I suppose if you're Richie Howson as well, you're hoping either Carl Wilkinson or Jamie Kelling had a disappointing start. Well, Carl Wilkinson's done his
58.
job.
Tommy Iroquois, 115.
And game 4, look out for that one. The first real head-to-head between the big players.
59. Jamie Iroquois, 78.
Starting the 18s. So he's going to get a dart if he stays straight.
38.
That is the
Tommy
glaring
Iroquois,
issue.
56.
And so Morris is back for 56. Double top to take the opening leg. Now down for double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
the gun
first leg.
is on the
Tommy
board.
Morris.
But he knows that making it through realistically isn't going to happen. But
Second
what he
leg
can
against
do
Jamie to throw
is
first.
stop somebody else from doing exactly that.
Yes, he's too good to be on 0 points, that's for sure.
81.
And he's such an electrifying player as well. He can be 2 or 3-0 up in a matter of minutes. I mean, we had a game last night. We've been looking at the record of 5 minutes 38 for Sykes v Romanas.
Yeah, that was the
81.
rat-a-tat-tat quickest game we've ever seen here. If you want some statage for you,
60.
the gap between the fastest and slowest game here is a mere 32 minutes.
We had a 6 minute and 1 second game last night with Graham Usher.
100.
We always see Graham's, I often see his name next to the MSS records. We thought he was on for another one
66.
yesterday. It was blistering. 4-0.
I was going to say, I think 6 minutes and 1 second, unless it's been beaten since, I think is the record for the quickest 5-leg game. It was Danny Lauby against Moreno Blom, Series 4, Week 1. As Kelling piles
177.
in a maximum visit to leave himself on 62 after just a dozen darts.
45. Jamie requires 62.
Good response here from JK. Won't miss the big number this time.
Game shot on the second leg.
Clutch finishing at its
Jamie
best
Kelly.
there. Little wry smile there because in the first leg, of course, he missed that big 20 to give himself an opportunity at tops.
First. Game
This
on.
time, no problem whatsoever.
140.
We had a lot of tight games. I mean, there's so many one-sided games in Group B yesterday. We had a bit of an early finish.
140.
But yesterday's Group C was so tight, so many 4-3s. First game, Carl
100.
Wilkinson, nice straightforward 4-1 victory. You just sense this one could go deep.
Nice early night, was it for you, Glenn, yesterday?
Yes, I seen you watching your messages.
100.
I mean, one mistake and you're all over it. You're not a very nice man, you are you?
Don't know what you mean? I was
100.
tucked up in bed at around about 11:45 last night.
Well,
So-
we've finished at 5 past, so you can't miss many.
As soon as I sent out the
100.
rota
Tommy
for next week, that was
161.
me done for the day. Anyway, Morris 161. Anyway, you glad that you're now safe in the knowledge of knowing who's
85.
commentating
Jamie
when next
Require,
week?
161.
I'll wait for my Twitter update, no doubt. No update or celebration of a finish here for Jamie Kelling. Tommy
85.
Morris looking really
Tommy
good on
Require,
throw.
76.
It is the battle of the 76ers. It's tops for Morris.
36. Jamie requires 76.
Well, in the words of Wayne Mardle, one man misses, but does the other man get? Because Kelling's looking for the tops that Tommy Morris couldn't
James on the
find, and
third
Kelling does
leg.
provide the goods, and he
Jamie
gets the break to lead 2-1.
Yeah, 3 finishes of 78
against
for Jamie
Jamie to
Kelling.
throw
He missed out
first.
because of the
Game
big
on.
number. And then a clutch 62 finish. And then a beautiful 76 finish after watching his opponent have the opportunity to lead 2-1. JK means business today.
140.
Well, I'd be hoping that everybody's talking about Jamie come the
100.
end of the week, or Kelling. who would make it through to a second Champions Week here if he was to qualify. In fact, there'd be a little bit of symmetry when it comes to his Champions League appearances here, because Series 2 was his first one. It could be 9 series later that he makes his second.
43.
Yeah, sometimes you can sit in this comms box and almost forget about the Group A winner. But I just think this week he's lurking around, isn't he, Tom Sykes? He's the real deal.
180.
If he doesn't win the night tomorrow, he will at least make the final, in my opinion. As Tommy piles in the game's first match. It's been a good contest, this. Tommy averaging 85. Kelling averaging around 92.5. Perfect on his doubling so far. Been a quality contest up to press.
40.
If you can get by Tommy Morris, I think Tommy could be doing the fast. Just there's something niggling in my mind that he's going to upset the apple cart with one of the big three today.
Well, Richie Howson takes on Dan Hands in the next, and the way things are going so far, he may well be forced to win that particular contest. But still, plenty up for interpretation in this second game of the day.
90.
Morris
Jamie
pinning the bullseye there to leave himself on a 2-darter. Kelly looking at 118 to open up a 3-1 advantage in this game. Finds the treble, and now looks at tops. And that could have been the moment which could have seen him stretch away with this game.
He was stretching his neck there. I think he thought that was in. Big dart in this contest. It's a wry smile.
51.
And he used that strategy yesterday an awful lot by stepping back. Something
20.
that you don't always associate with Tommy Morris. I just felt surely after that first dart at tops, the other one would just follow in. Big opportunity for JK.
Game's on the fourth leg.
Kelly stretches
Jamie
his
Kelly.
legs and stretches 2 legs clear. Big
5
Manchester
minutes, Tommy
United
to
fan
the
is
first. Game on.
Jamie. So it's fair to say that his time on the
100.
hockey has been more fun than his time supporting his beloved football team. And I've also been told that Tommy Morris supports Manchester United as well. So I can imagine these two could have a right old moan about some of their transfer
43.
targets in the practice room. Who are the Borough side this summer, Glenn?
Ryan Brewster.
He's a
something like-
player.
We're a team.
Former Liverpool youngster.
60.
Sheffield United, when he once upon a time.
Oh, that's the rumour anyway, but I think
45.
Burnley are interested as well, and
Burnley?
we'll see how that goes. Do you want me to teach you a little bit of Teesside slang?
Oh, please, Glenn.
100.
So when someone upsets you, just say away. Capital A, W, but emphasis on the A, away.
Away.
No, don't go Geordie, because I'm not a Geordie.
Away.
82.
Away.
Bit posh, closer.
Away.
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 There you go. It's almost like you're from Middlesbrough.
So I wish I'd go
85.
away.
And I don't think Tommy Morris is going to go away in this game. He's
99.
fighting and he's scrapping away. This is a great test, this, for Jamie Kelling. Really enjoyable match. Good pace to it. That's a beautiful, real beautiful, very
60.
elegant throw.
Tommy require 120.
Jamie Kelling, well, you've got that rat-a-tat style of Morris. Needs the treble. So Kelling will be back for the match. It's a
48.
tall ass, big ask.
Jamie require
on the board.
153.
Well, he did win a game yesterday with a 1-5-7 checker. That was his match against Richie House. He's not going to win this one with a 1-5-3 check. And so Morris
59. Tommy requires
will return,
72.
looking at 72 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2. 20 leaves double top.
32.
Double top isn't found, and so
Jamie
Kelling
require
returns
94.
looking at 94 for the match.
Yes, it's 1 from 6 on the doubles from Tommy Morris. He looks frustrated. 76 points was needed there. Needed the treble.
54. Tommy require 40.
For Morris to get back in this game. On throw.
One left, and is that awkward?
Game's
No,
on
it's
the
not.
fifth
Collapses
leg.
it off the barrel
Tommy
of dart
Morris.
number 2. And back to 3-2 it is. But Kelling here has an
Jamie to
opportunity
throw
to win
first.
this match
Game
on
on.
serve.
What a perfect dart that is. You're saying to yourself, give me a ton.
135.
But after that first dart, you want a more great start from Kelling. Can you respond, Morris?
100.
Steady enough.
Well, we saw some Morris dancing from Carl Wilkinson yesterday, but Tommy will want to be doing some more Morris darting on this Friday.
100.
Well, if you're going to get these puns in, how are you going to get Morris Minor in? I'll leave that one to you.
43.
Good chance here for Kelling. Should go downstairs. He's thinking clearly.
137.
This is an outstanding. Henry Deacon asked him, can he serve it out? Well, he's hit a couple of aces.
100.
And well
Kenny
ahead. It is to lose some here.
For the match, 4-4-2 win. And he does, I suppose, to keep
89.
the tennis analogies going now at match point.
A beautiful serve and volley throughout this one from Jamie
29.
Kelling. On throw.
Jamie McGuire.
Potential
40.
13 darter. It's been the perfect execution. And what's been a very tidy performance from Jamie Kelling. Carl Wilkinson won his opening game. And the top two have done exactly what they needed to do. That was an excellent performance from Jamie Kelling against the very, very dangerous Tommy Morris. He looks relieved. He puffed his cheeks out. He knows the importance of that game. And I thought he was really solid. Maybe 86.91 doesn't really do it justice. Very solid, very professional. And he follows Carl Wilkinson on to 10 points. As we go on to game 3, Richie Howson, the pressure's on you. He plays Dan Hans.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. It's the Modus Super Series. It's Friday afternoon, and it is game 3 of the day. And it is a meeting between Richie the Owl Howson and the tap man with the dinosaur, Dan Hands. Yes, the Tungsten T-Rex is back in the building, as too is the owl. This feels like the strangest zoo I've ever dealt with in my life. An owl and a dinosaur in the same enclosure. Jurassic Park has gone to pot these days, hasn't it? Dan Hands, the 26-year-old. Dab Hand, the man from Warsaw, making his debut. Could be his final day on his debut day here. Well, talking about zoos and animals and things like that, Owen Binks is presiding over the action. That's not Owen Binks, incidentally. That is a dinosaur.
Same size.
Tell you what, I think that's got bigger hands than I have, Glenn.
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks, who is one of the best referees in the world. He is an international level official who has officiated on some of the biggest stages, has officiated on
45.
a World Championship semi-final. He made his debut in seniors major darts earlier on this year. He's refereed at the
81.
UK Open. He really is one of the best that they come. And do you know what? We sometimes poke a little bit of fun at Owen's door, but he is he's one of the
80.
best at what he does.
Have you finished? Tell you, mate, have we got any music, Modus Super Series?
57.
Na, 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 na. Some love music in the background. Why can't you say that about me? You're awful to me.
Oh, you're just like a... What do I say?
55.
A colleague.
Don't say Wonnie Baxter, for God's sake.
80.
Less said, the better.
You can see the maximum concentration in the eyes of the owl.
100.
Not the start he'll have wanted, not necessarily in this game, Henry, but to see Wilkinson win, to see Morris win, and I think this is a dangerous floater.
100.
I think Dan Hands is the type of player who can, well, he's had 101, 102 average already this week. There's a player in there, so he'll have to use every little bit of experiences, which has seen him, for me,
100.
be the star of the seniors the past 2 or 3 years.
And nobody, Glenn, likes a floater.
60. Richie require 121.
Howson looking at 121 to take out the opening leg. Treble 17. Would have left the bullseye, not to be on this occasion.
85. Danny require 123.
It's double 9.
Game
That's as
shot
easy
the
as
first
1,
leg.
2, 3.
Dan
The
Hands.
tap man, just like that, is off the mark.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first.
I'd like it to
Game
put
on.
your mind into Richie Howson right now. Around about this time yesterday, he was sat in 51 points and witnessed his opponent go on 157 finish. In this opening leg that he dominates, he sat on a double that he'd expect to hit. And his opponent, who sat second bottom, needs 1, 2, 3, pop, pop, pop.
60.
How do you respond to that?
Well, it's been a week where Richie Howson has been hit with the kitchen
60.
sink. Which is perhaps ironic because he picked up a minor injury because he had an argument with a Hoover. True story.
140.
And by the way, it was nothing to do with Henry.
58.
Or at least to the best of my knowledge anyway. See, this is what happens whenever you send Trina Gulliver down to the practice room. She gets all the big stories.
Perfect dart for Howson. As Henry's chuckling to his own jokes there.
140.
It's the only good one I've got all week, Glenn.
44.
So 161 for the Owl.
Richie require
And plenty of time
161.
from here to square this game up at 1 apiece. Can't be done now.
It has been a good response. We talked an awful lot about that technique, and that
45.
camera angle. Tells you absolutely perfect the way his darts sort of sit up. Very wristy player is Dan
100.
Hands.
Richie require 116.
We had a little game yesterday, didn't we, about body parts and names. Have you thought of any more overnight, Henry? I have.
60.
You must be fun at parties.
Preparation. Stick with me, kid.
Now, I'm more of a
100,
tucks and
Richard
teaser
McGuire,
kind of man.
56.
Anyway, Howson 56 for 1 apiece. Double top. 2 tens to get himself on the board, and you get the sense he could do
46.
with finding something
Danny McGuire,
sooner
94.
rather than later.
What a dart. There's a 1,
Game
2, 3 in
on
the
the
first leg
second
and
leg.
94 in the second
Dan
leg.
Hans.
Richie Howson is on the ropes, and once again, his Achilles heel this week has
So
been
that
his
gives Richard to
doubles.
go first. Game on.
He actually averaged higher than any other player yesterday. He had the most 180s than any other player yesterday, but his doubles were plumb bottom, and that's a disappointing start.
140.
Dan Hans, look at that.
I just wonder where Richie Howson's beginning to get a sense of this isn't going to be his week.
100.
He hasn't played poorly, not by any stretch of the imagination. But when it's come to the key moments and the key times, things haven't gone to plan for him.
Anyway, a couple of
60.
body part names. Elbow Greaves.
No!
Wesley Arms.
140.
No! No, Glenn, no. Leave the cringe to me, please.
140.
Jared Tour.
Oh, that's the worst one of the lot. Right, you say any more, I'm leaving, okay?
100. Richard McGuire, 161.
161 for Howson. Treble 17. Gets herself a dart at the ball. This would be quite the kickstart. That would have been quite the spark.
136. Danny McGuire, 161.
His finishing's been immaculate so far. Not to be a little smile on his face, which tells me he
82.
fancied
Richard
that.
McGuire, 25.
Richie Howson, a player that never gives up. He's on the ropes. He's coming out swinging. And it's a knockout
on the
third
third
leg
leg.
for Richie Howson.
Richie
He's back in
Howson.
this match.
Needed it. You got the sense. He's back in this game at
Four-legged Dan to
2-1.
throw first. Game on.
Anyway, instead of body parts, shouldn't we be looking at animal names? Because you got the Tap Man with the
134.
dinosaur. You got the owl Richie Howson. Wolfie, Martin Adams. Scotty Dog Mitchell.
83.
Bulldog Banks. The Yorkshire Terrier. The Castleford
83.
Tiger. Tom Sykes, the Castleford Tiger.
What an angle that is. I just love that camera angle over the shoulder. That's
97.
what these players are seeing up there. Dan Hans are seeing that treble 20. Too easy.
180.
Richie Howson does not like that. Hans looking good to lead this match through. When we talked about this spoiler role and we felt it could be Tommy Morris who plays that job very,
95.
very well. Well,
Dan
he was beaten quite comfortably in the end by Jamie Kelling, but Dan Hans could be doing a real big favourite at the top two.
72.
Well, it's a hands-on performance so far for the Tap Man. And Richie Howson is losing a grip
100.
very, very
Danny
quickly.
McGuire, 32.
216s to open up a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
14 dart back off
Dan Hans.
the riposte that Richie Howson provided. Hans re-establishes the two-leg
Richie
gap.
to throw first. Game
Howson now serving to stay in the match.
Your thoughts on Dan Hans this week?
I really want to see him again.
26.
I think there's a player that I think... I'm going to warn you now, this is going to be a long analysis.
Oh, no.
44.
As far as Dan's concerned, I mean, we've definitely seen worse ADC qualifiers play on this stage. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And I also feel like the group that he's been pitted in could have been a lot easier for him in his first week's worth of play, particularly the Group A. But there's been enough there in terms of individual performances to say that he deserves a second invitation here. And I think if he does come back, it may not be the full week next time. It could be a Group C, for example. I think the thing that I want to see in the next stage of his progression is we know how good that A game is. And to be fair, he's played some
100.
solid stuff all week through. I think it's just finding that B game which can maybe winning games next time around, which maybe he
58.
lost 4-2, 4-3 this week. But there's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that there's a very good player there. And I think he's somebody that if we see here 3, 4, 5 times at the Super Series, I think on every
100.
occasion he'll get better and he'll just slowly but surely push his way towards a weekly title win.
55.
He's finished. Anyway, there's dinosaur there. What do you call a dinosaur with no eyes?
Oh, no.
Diathinkosaurus.
Oh, gosh.
140.
There he is, the Tungsten T-Rex.
60.
Just
Richie Require
maybe
90.
change the decision making here for Howson on 90 with your opponent on 144. I like that decision. Certainly like that first start.
Game
He
shot
will
on the fifth
fight
leg.
right to the
Richie
last
Howson.
start. This is a huge test. We saw that with Tommy Modus really putting the pressure on
Sixth
Jamie
leg, it's
Kelling
down to
early
go
doors.
first. Game on.
Richie Howson is super cool, super calm. And once again, he's still averaging just shy of 90. He's not doing an awful lot wrong, but his opponents are doing that.
180.
As Michael Van Gerwen would say, doing the right things at the right time.
140.
And you know what? It would sum up Richie Howson's week if Dan Hands had a perfect leg here.
100.
Stunning last start again. That's not ideal, but we've talked about the fact that he's been able to use this dart. How on earth, Henry, has he got 2 darts in the treble after that first one?
Well, Paul Nicholson calls it dart behaviour, doesn't he? Knowing how the darts sit in and learning how to readjust maybe if something
57.
doesn't quite go to plan. And that was exactly what Richie Howson did there. And that's a rare slip from Dan, which Howson could possibly expose.
Well, he's hitting with a couple of haymakers, a 180 start followed by 100.
100.
It was a super
Daniel
response from
Require,
Howson. He's gone
164.
ton 40, ton 40, ton. He's given himself every chance, and he will be back, Richie Howson. This could be the moment for Richie for this
80.
week.
Richie Require,
If he can
121.
somehow get through this match, because he has the darts in the last leg. Has he got a dart at the bullseye? Needs a treble 17. Gets the treble 17. Biggest dart of the match. What a
Game
finish.
shot on the
What a
sixth
player.
leg.
Richie Howson
Richie
using
Howson.
every single attribute. No real
Seventh
reaction
and
there.
final against Richie
This has
to
been a
throw
major
first.
test for Richie.
Game on.
And he could be out to pass it with flying colours. An outstanding leg of darts.
Well, he's one of the Super Series big guns, and he provides a big shot at a big time. And then he kicks off with a max.
180.
There's something that you cannot question with Richie Howson, and that is his character, his temerity, the way that he will
140.
always scrap for every last little bit.
Never give up. It's on the back of the shirt. And never.
60.
Fantastic game, this one.
Well, I suppose you have to have those
60.
kind of thought processes being a West Ham fan at this present moment in time.
Well, last time he threw a dart like that, he somehow found a dart. 2 darts in
85.
treble. I think he'll take that right now. He's in a wonderful position on throat. Dan Hands needs a couple of trebles. Not going to get them.
60.
Advantage Howson.
So, 6 darts on 176 to complete a 4-3 victory and to possibly use his get-out-of-jail-free card. He trailed 2-0 and 3-1 in this contest. But when he
140.
returns, he's going to get 3 darts in his hand, a double 18 to complete a 4-3 victory.
140.
It's been quite the
Richie Require,
spirited
36.
comeback from the Owl. From 3-1 behind. He has squandered
80.
3 opportunities to close it out.
This is
Daniel
huge.
Require, 101.
If Dan Hunt hits this 101 finish, you'll hear the cheer from Jamie Kelling, Carl Wilkinson. And he's going to get a dart. This is a brilliant match.
81.
Well, that would have typified
Richie
Howson's
80.
week if that dart went there. But he gets 3 more in hand at double 9. Cannot spurn this opportunity, you feel. And he isn't going to. And Richie Howson just
Richie
about
Howson.
keeps pace for the top 2. He had to come back from 3-1 behind to win that one against Dan Hands, who Had a dart to win it in the last leg of the back of the 101 combo. But it's Richie Howson who strides off the stage, the winner. Decent game that, 92.5 the average for Howson, 4 from 11 on his doubles. That 1-2-1 was a huge moment in the contest. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Jamie Kelling against Carl Wilkinson. Game 4 is a big one.
Been an engrossing start to Group C here at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. The top three have all been in action. All three have been tested, but all of them have passed with flying colours. Carl Wilkinson, who's on the stage, opened up proceedings with a 4-1 victory over Rohan Browers. Jamie Kelling was tested against Tommy Morris. And for me, the performance of Group C was Richie Howson, because he had so much thrown at him from Dan Hans. He will be delighted with a 4-3 victory. But we talked about the big head-to-heads today. This is first against second. It's Kelling versus Wilkinson. And Henry Deacon, the winner of this one, must really fancy their chances for qualification. This game is big.
Yeah, winners got a foot in the door, haven't they, of tomorrow night's final, you would say. 12 points virtually puts you on the hill. It would take, realistically, a bit of a collapse maybe to not qualify. And then, of course, both players have still got to play Richie Howson today as well. So they can have that game as a possibility to really cement their progress through to tomorrow night's finale if they were to win that particular contest.
4 wins out of 5 yesterday for Carl Wilkinson. His one defeat was against Jamie Kelling.
180.
And with them darts, you can see why.
Well, first max of the match, and Kelling off to a quick start, just like he was in his game
Jamie
against Tommy Morris.
136.
If Jamie Kelling does win this match, then the final games for Richie Howson and Carl Wilkinson is
30.
Howson v Wilkinson. That could be crucial. Big chance for Kelling if he can win this game, just to sail away in the distance.
But Richie Howson won't
60.
mind the fact that these
Jamie
two are the two
McGuire,
that he has to play
106.
last, because it means that he can affect the situation. Doesn't have to chase down for the bullseye if he doesn't want to, but he's going to
81.
anyway. Finds the 25, will return for that in a couple of moments' time.
There will be pressure on that 25 finish, especially if he finds another treble 20. That would have left a
81.
two-darter. It still leaves a
Jamie McGuire,
two-darter,
25.
but it's advantage JK.
2 8s.
Game's
one
on
zip.
the first leg.
And
Jamie
Kelling
Kelling.
gets his nose in front.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first.
We use
Game
terms like assured and confident and professional for Carl Wilkinson yesterday. Well, those measures are
60.
going to be tested, because I don't know about you, Henry. You've seen Jamie Kelling play a lot of darts. He looks a proper player this week.
And this ain't out the realms of
140.
anything that Jamie Kelling doesn't do normally. I think he is the dictionary definition of a solid player. He has got levels, but
98.
he's somebody that can just easily play to a decent late 80s, early 90s average all day long without breaking stride or breaking sweat.
We talked about preparation a lot yesterday.
100.
We talked about it during the poor old Carl Coleman, who had a nightmare with his accommodation, and he felt that was reflected in his performances last night. Was
98.
JK was on the back of a vault in the local area, winning the final against Johnny Haynes with a 109 average. If that's not good prep, then I don't know what is.
Considering he's your mate, I'm surprised you didn't put Carl
100.
Coleman up in your mansion that you're staying in this week.
We'll have no peasants on my land.
That's your mate you're
60.
talking about.
Jamie, you require
I don't have mates.
161.
I'm like you.
I don't know who you're insulting more there, to be perfectly honest.
97.
Wilkinson has to find something, because this match has been dominated by Jamie Kelling. This is on the throw, Carl Wilkinson. May see him manoeuvre on the
45.
ball, but that second dart meant he
Jamie
had to
McGuire,
stay there. And for
64.
the first time, Henry, things not going the way of Wilkinson, and a big chance of Kelling.
If he can find double 16,
32.
which he's not up to the
Carly McGuire,
task,
140.
but Wilkinson is going to have to put this big finish to the swords. Now, we have seen him take out a 140
80.
that way before.
Jamie, you require 32.
But he ain't going to this time, and so Kenning's got 3 more to double his advantage. Now, this is awkward for him. Flight of the
Game's
way,
on
but he
the
manages
second
to
leg.
smother away
Jamie
through.
Kelling.
2-0.
And yesterday, I think we said exactly the same commentary. He hit the big
Third leg
16,
is Jamie to throw
manoeuvre to the
first.
left-hand side of
Game
the hockey. And I don't think he's missed that double 8 by having that. Just a lovely, lovely start once again. 2-0 and on throw now.
Yeah, there's a real efficiency about
100.
the way Jamie's going about his business. Average around about the 90 mark. Vice for Carl's not really got going, has he? So far in this contest, average of just 76 so far. Kelling able to
38.
open up a 2-0 lead with a couple of 6-visit legs. Just to mark out the permutations, if you're not
60.
too aware of, Jamie Kelling will win here, would move on to 12 points. Winner would move on to 12 points. And Jamie Kelling can also do it with a win by a bit of a
140.
scoreline, because he does go into this game with a legs difference slightly less than that of Carl. There was a gap of 5
96.
between the pair for that particular metric before a dart was thrown. That's how things currently look. As you can see, 2-point gap between
139.
Wilkinson in second place and Richie Howson, who finds himself in third. Dan Hand back on 4 points, as to Rohan Browers. Don't even see where Tommy Morris is. He's bottom of the table and ain't got a point to his name.
100.
But we're going to anyway. Bit cruel, really.
I have a funny feeling we'll be looking at that in-play table an awful lot today.
136.
This is a wonderful response from Carl Wilkinson, just when I was beginning to think. But the best finisher this week in this has been a 157 from Jamie Kelling at a crucial moment. When that treble 20 went in on that 145, I thought we were about to see something equally spectacular. This has to go to Wilkinson.
So 48 required. Double 16 to get on the board. 2 8s.
Game shot on the
No
third
mistake.
leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Well, he gives himself something to be happy about. And he
Full round,
has
it's Carl
returned
to
this
throw
game to throw,
first.
much to the frustration of JK in the background.
Pretty old school player, Carl Wilkinson, isn't he? Just does the
60.
simple things right, and that's a compliment.
There's a lot of players that sometimes can overcomplicate the game, and it can be to their detriment, where
28.
Carl Wilkinson is the absolute antithesis of that theorem.
$85.
Little nod of the head of appreciation. All things that I like. All good things about that self-motivation and geeing yourself up there. Good match player as Carl.
140.
And he's up against a real top-notch player here, a real top rank.
Well, you mentioned some of the similarities you and Carl have, and I think they are both very much true. I mean, when you were at your absolute pomp, you were somebody, yes, you did have a high level in the locker, but you were somebody that was able to crowbar results
93.
out, even if you're being outplayed by your opponent, doing the right things at the right time, taking out those 81s or 1-2-1 checkouts when you needed to. And Carl at times this week has had to dig in to get some results, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Anyway, that's the end of the compliments of one day.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit nervous here.
100. Carl required 82.
Nothing nervous. So Carl Wilkinson, I thought he looked down and out at 2-0 because Kelling looks so good, but a big 17 would leave a double top to go 2-2.
62. Jamie required
It's
140.
these types of finishes that Kelling's having to take out these past two legs.
Well, that's perfectly sat for another to join. Unable to find. Does get the second prize of tops if you get to look at it. Wilkinson was 2-0 down in this game.
$10.
Remember that moment.
40.
That could be a defining moment in the day for Carl Wilkinson. So solid on his doubles yesterday. You can see the incredible disappointment etched on his face. Kelling has looked so comfortable. This start's big.
Game shot
And he is up for the challenge. That's an outstanding last start. That will really help Wilkinson. I think we just even caught just his facial mannerism there. That hurt.
Well, that's a huge moment, not just in this game, but in this group. Kelly moves 3-1 up, moves 2 clear, has the dart through top of the group and moving control of the group.
100.
Well, if Carl had a plan A, I think he now has to look at a plan B, and plan B means Richie Howson.
41.
I think that's the new target. I think the way Kelling is playing, he has an opportunity now to kick on.
Well, plan B is just win every other game other than this, because I just get the sense that the way Richie Howson played and dug himself out of that hole there against Dan Hands, that might just be the spark that he needed today. I think he's going to be a more dangerous quantity as the hour in comparison to maybe what we saw at times yesterday.
60.
Yep, totally agree. I think it's every time I'm looking up, I'm looking at when's Richie playing next. He has a big game against the dangerous Tommy Morris. Still searching for his first victory.
Not before Dan Hands plays Rohan Browers. But Kelling looking to kill this game off once and for all. It just feels like what happened at the end of the previous leg is just knocked the stuffing out of Carl Wilkinson a little bit here as Kelling looks to set up. 6 on 204. And he's going to leave himself on a double after 12.
180.
Picture perfect. He's looked $1 million in this game. Top of the table clash.
40.
But it's been one-way traffic. And Kelling looking good to be the first player to move to 12 points.
He's left 2 12s after 12. And he rounds it off with a 13 darter. And Jamie Kelling now is in full control of this Group C. A 4-1 win against Carl Wilkinson means that he's on 12 points and he can see the finals night lights in front of him. That's the tail of the tape. Carl really never got going up until the last. A slow start cost him dearly. Kelly, he just kept that kind of consistency throughout the course of the contest. He moves top of the table. Coming up after the break, Rohan Browers takes on Dan Hans. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We've just witnessed the top of the table clash live on Pluto TV here at the Modus Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And to be fair, when Jamie Kelling and Carl Wilkinson stepped on the hockey, we felt it was going to be a very tight game. How wrong we were, because Jamie Kelling was sublime. He's put a foot in qualification for Saturday night, and Carl Wilkinson has got work to do. There's T-Rex, and I think, isn't that the cork of the darts from Rohan Browers? Partnership working, I call that.
Well, let's hope this one's a corker then, everybody.
So we'll set you up there as well. And
140. 125.
Well, let's hope that there's a snap, crackle and pop about this particular contest.
Decent contest between the pair of them yesterday.
125.
Dan getting over the line by 4 legs to 1. I think that both of them are playing with a lot more freedom. I don't see. We just witnessed a match where it had that drama feel, that tension-fueled match. These two look very, very relaxed. And good start from both.
140. 140. Round number 196.
So 96 of Browers. Good first leg this from him. Potential 12 darter on the offing if he can find the treble here. He can do. So double 8.
80.
Isn't far away.
102.
So hands 102 to get the first leg on the board. Double 16.
Game shot the first
Well, just like in
leg.
his previous
Dan
match, he
hands.
gets his game up at run over ton plus checkout. Was the 103
Second leg is Dan to
against
throw
Richie
first.
Howson.
Game
A
on.
102 here against Rohan Browers.
97.
Real camaraderie between the pair of them. We often talk about that here, and it was nice with your interview with Rohan today where he said, you know, despite the fact it's been a difficult
140.
week for him, he's had people by his side, supportive. That's a great touch, and a little fist bump between the
43.
pair of them because both on for 12 darters.
Yeah, high quality game this so far. Really good contest between two players who have had their
100.
struggles. They've had their smatterings of brilliance at points, but at times it has been quite a
60.
toilsome experience here at the Super Series.
$45.
You wouldn't say either of these players have been
81.
hegemonised much this week.
Could you say that word again?
Dominated much this
56.
week.
What was the actual word, though?
You looking at Chat GPT again?
I'm just, yeah, it's like you've got your own vocabulary. It's got a
85.
clue what you're talking about at
Rohan
times.
require 160.
160 for Browers to square this game up at one apiece. Not to be, so hands looking at 135.
78. Down require 135.
Well, Treble would have left what was a very blocked bullseye by
63.
first
Rohan
inspection of
require
that bed
82.
there. And so Browers back for 82 to square the game up at one apiece. Double top.
62.
Doesn't go, and so Hands has a
Daniel
chance to double his
72.
advantage. Tops.
Game shot the
2-0.
second leg. Dan Hands.
Well, this is a very good performance so far from Dan Hands. Average in excess of 91, 2
So
for
against
2 in
Rohan
his
to throw
doubles.
first. Game on.
Not much not to like.
Yeah, great rhythm, great quality.
60.
Seem to bring the best out of the pair of them, but it's Dan Hands that leads this match 2-0. Looking good. He was involved in
45.
an excellent first game with Richie Howson. For me, that was a match bags of quality, and it showed all the tenacity for Richie Howson to get over the line in
83.
that one.
$180.
Well, the first 180 of the game, and it goes the way of Dan Hands.
140. 140.
Well, Dan looking at 136 to get the double break and open up a 3-0 lead.
Both players averaging over 97 at the moment.
42.
Maybe not now.
Rohan require 78.
It's still a match with excellent quality. Rohan Browers is averaging just shy of a ton. If this double 12 goes in, he's averaging
Game
over a
shot
ton.
the third leg.
Wonderful match between these two
Rohan
young
Browers.
players.
Fourth leg is down to throw first. Game on.
Well, these two have had meetings which have gone the distance on most occasions. Yesterday was 1-4-1 by
100.
Dan Hands against Rohan. Now, I would come up with a dinosaur joke.
115.
I looked it up on the internet, but I was on the wrong Bowser.
55.
Bowser? Is Bowser a dinosaur?
Bowser's the dinosaur in Mario.
Well, the fact you've got to explain it means it's not funny.
60.
Oh, it's hilarious, Glenn.
96. $45.
I've been doing some serious research. What was the Tapman job in the
100.
1970s and 80s?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't born then.
Why did I think it was like a rag of bone man?
I got no idea.
135. Danny require
Bowser was a
150.
turtle, by the way, not a dinosaur. Let's move on. This great game doesn't deserve this rubbish chat.
86.
80
Right,
points left. Going for the treble
146.
16 to leave double 16. Brown, who's playing so well.
86. Danny require 64.
Maybe just the one dart at the 64 finish. And with Rohan sat pretty,
Age
this
on the
had to go
full
and does
flag.
go.
Dan
Terrific game.
Hands.
3 from 3 on the doubles for Dan Hands.
Rohan to throw first.
In a week where my assessment of Dan has been his scoring power is there, but needs to tighten up on his
100.
setup play and certainly his finishing. Well, he's demonstrating that with that 102 finishing the first leg, and then
40.
3 from 3 on the doubles. This has been a super performance.
Indeed, it has. Maybe it's the magic of the dinosaur.
No more jokes, please.
90. $81.
There has been a couple of times this week where
100.
the dinosaur-loving Dan Hands has been in front and let it slip. Would he therefore be a dinosaur?
125. $95.
Perfect.
100.
I think it was such a good marker, but even the 156 would have been a little bit better if he gets a chance, that is, because Rohan's been superb in that game, despite the fact he's 3-1 down. Can't finish on the 116.
56.
And this game deserves a really special ending. This is a tough finish.
Well, Dan Hands
99.
has got his
Right,
teeth
number going
stuck
60.
into his opponent right from the very get-go in this contest. But is Rohan Browers going to war back into the contest?
Game show on the fifth
Indeed he
leg.
is.
Rohan
There's another
Browers.
twist in this tale.
High quality contest.
Sixth leg is
Very
down to throw
enjoyable
first.
game. Clearly
Game
both players are enjoying it. You sense the pressure's off. It's almost like they know they can't qualify from
46.
here. And as a player, that's what you've got to think. You know, how under high pressure situations can I have the feeling that I've got right now, where I'm super
81.
relaxed, and that's the real hard bit. Do you
58.
practice much darts, Henry?
Oh, God,
Yes or a no will be fine. Absolutely fine.
I kind of like maybe like once every few weeks I may have
50.
like a throw for an hour or something like that. But my my days as a budding dart player are very much over. I'd rather much
54.
happily wallow my days sat in a commentary box alongside yourself, Glenn.
Do you use those really tiny darts for your tiny hands?
140.
I just knew you were going to make a tiny hands joke.
Wonderful.
140.
Once again, we're distracting ourselves away from what's been a cracking game. A little slip there from Browers, and there hasn't been many of them in this game.
84.
What you thinking on 203? 19s and a 171?
95. Right, number 146.
So 146 to save it. He's going to stay there for a dart at double 30. Now, Dan Hands has not missed a dart at a double
90.
at any point in
Danny
this
McGuire,
contest.
Is he going to get a dart on this 108? And that was such a tricky first start. I like the 18s route. The Shanghai on the 18s, of course, is what he was going for there. But that first one made it almost impossible.
42,
In a match,
Rohan
your
Browers,
field
56.
deserves to go the distance.
Well, Browers is going to get 2 darts at top to do
Change
that.
on the
And
sick
we are
bay.
going to go all the
Rohan
way.
Browers.
3-3.
So much to
Seventh
like
and
about the numbers
final
in this
leg, it's
game.
Rohan to throw first.
They've both been around that
Game on.
90 average throughout, even peppering 100 in relation to Browers. He has the dart in this last one. This is sometimes where that freedom of throw, you can just
59.
tighten up a little bit, and I think that was demonstrated in that last dart there and his reaction to it.
Well, for both players, qualifying isn't in the
96.
psyche of the thoughts, but a possibility to finish as far up the table as possible, pick up a little bit of extra prize money is most certainly
99.
at the forefront of their minds and attention. And for Rohan Browers, he hasn't beaten Dan Hands once this week.
60.
Yeah, it's just a little reminder to the Modus Super Series that you want to be back as well. You want to put good showings on. And I think I've seen enough from both that is exactly the case.
140.
Well, that 140 there has put Rohan in a very good position in this leg. 93.4 for the average. Dan's just dropped off a little bit the last leg and a half, and he's being punished to the hilt as a consequence of that.
77.
He's going to leave himself on 126 to get the job done, but under how much pressure from his opponent?
50.
Well, no pressure at all.
Rohan
As Paul Daniels would say, not a lot. Doesn't need to start in the 19s because of his opponent on 195. What is essential? Is that beautiful last dart. This, for me, has been Browers' best performance of the week.
From start to finish, it's been decent. I mean, he got hit by the 12 darter in leg 1. But he's going to have to take out the double 14 as a consequence of that 171 there. And he doesn't take it out.
Terrific game. Just stuttered over the winning line as Browers, for me, hit the best he's played. Could have, should have won the game. Hands takes his time. And the head-to-head, he's won all 4 matches.
12.
And this brilliant game just stalls at the end.
Rohan McGuire.
Well, the first 3 darts that Dan Hands has missed at a double are 3 darts to win this contest. And how severely is he going to be punished for it? 2 sevens for Rohan Browers to eventually get the better of Dan Hands this week. And you can see the frustration on his face. Now, these two have shared a cup. Is he beating up the dinosaur? Yes, he's beating up a dinosaur with a champagne cork. Welcome to Modus Super Series darts, everybody, where a dinosaur is getting beaten up by a champagne cork. And the tap man said, well, can you stop beating up my toy? I'm going to take it away. Anyway, back to the darts. Rohan Browers beating Dan Hands by 4 legs to 3. And Tommy Morris and Richie Howson's coming up next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Well, the first time was so nice, we just had to do it twice. Oh yes, International Pairs is back, baby, and it's back at the end of August, and tickets are on sale. And I'm going to give you a word of advice. If you don't get them now, you're probably not going to get them at all, because it's bound to be a sellout. And that's mainly because Jimmy Van Schie's going to be playing in it alongside Danny Van Tribe, looking to defend the title for the Dutch. Now, if you watched last time, it really was quite the affair, International Pair 2. And these are the players, and this is the lineup we are going to see. The Canadian pair of Jess Smith and Dawson Michelle. Haven't seen Dawson for a while. Really looking forward to seeing him in action, see how he gets along. Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel of South Africa. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund of Sweden. Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry. Well, that will be fireworks and nuts, all right. Germany of Rene Idems and Paul Kroner. Denmark represented by Ivan Springboard Poulsen and Andreas Toft Jorgensen, whilst the latest nation to be announced are the United States of America. The players will be revealed during tomorrow night's transmission, so you'll have to join us from 7:30 p.m. live and exclusive here on Pluto TV to find out who is going to represent America. Yeah. Anyway, into Game 6. And it's a meeting between Richie Howson and Tommy Morris. If you're wondering what Glenn Durrant's doing right now, he's trying to find the quickest escape route out of this commentary box.
Yeah.
Have you never seen that film?
Genuinely, I don't watch films. Genuinely, to cut you short. Hands. Because your hands are very, very small.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Do you know the American lineup?
I don't actually. I've actually decided not. I don't want to know until we find out. I like that air of surprise about it. It's like on The Chase. Bradley Walsh does not know the questions. So there's some quiz shows on TV where the presenters will be briefed as to like some of the questions that come up in the program. But on The Chase, Bradley Walsh does not want to know the questions because he wants to play the game with the contestant.
100.
And I'm basically trying to do exactly the same thing with the international pairs. I want to play the game with our good friends that are watching at home and around the world.
60.
Well, Richie Howson is definitely playing the game today. He was involved in a cracking game against poor Dan Hans, who's been excellent today. 0 points, 2 losses by 4 legs to 3.
Well, that's how cool the Super Series can be at times.
I think we both sense that Richie Howson hasn't been at his sparkling best. We label him now as the real success story of the World Seniors. 59-year-old. I mean, you're thinking at 55, 56, your best years of data behind you. And you got this wonderful opportunity. Became a Champion of Champions winner and so consistent in the majority, if / all of the seniors. He's always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, the early exits are quite literally maybe a once in a rare occasion type
21.
thing. But it could be an early exit for him in this competition. You get the sense he's going to have to win every game from here on in if he's going to qualify through. And he's not going to take out the 156 to get the break in this opening leg. So Morris back for tops.
Incredibly, Morris still sat on 0 points, which none of us expected, despite the very late call-up. But a lovely opening first leg from Tommy.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
And we did say before a doubt was thrown today, he's the type of player who'll play that float of a role. He's gonna hurt one of the players, and we felt it's going to be one of the top 3 players.
100.
Howson was on the ropes against Dan Hans, but found an answer in the end. He may have to do something similar in this game.
99.
Anyway, because we don't know who's going to represent America, hell yeah, they're looking to win the international pairs, yeah. Who do you reckon's going to represent the US?
140.
It's just hard to even answer that with that deadly question.
96.
Do you know, I was going to pull a sickie as well today. I was,
Wish you did. I wouldn't have to do stuff like this to try and keep the show going.
Yes, you're carrying me today, to be fair. Singing, dancing.
I ain't even got to the Tungsten teaser yet.
Oh,
the
excitement. As Howson looks at 155. Treble 19. It is seen as one of the most difficult finishes. It would have ended up being a double 19, but no dramas. Morris way back on 2-1-5.
60.
So 72 to level this game up at 1 apiece. We'll stay there. We'll go high for double 16. In it goes. We're all square. 15 data for Richie Howson to make it 1 apiece.
Yeah, 4 from 11 in his first game on the doubles. Very, very poor yesterday. I'm sure he will have realised he had to correct that. And they're the types of finishes. 1 dart a double. That's what he's synonymous with. He's back in this match.
$60. 100.
Can I ask you a question, Henry?
Yes.
I mean, it might take you to have a little think about it. But why has Howson hit another 180? Another high-quality performance here from Richie.
100.
Why? Have you just turned my mic off and asked that, was there a dinosaur in Rainbow? George.
97.
My brain thinks of weird things. I didn't want to say it out live on air, so thank you for digging me out.
95.
But you're watching a masterful performance here from Richie Howson, averaging a ton, yet you're thinking of Rainbow.
Does zip it.
60. Tommy, you've got 146.
Morris 146. Can't be done now.
60.
So Howson
Richie,
104 for the break.
104.
And a 2-1 advantage in this game.
He'll stay there. Doesn't need to move across the yoke, which is so important. And today's deadly on those double 16. Beautiful finish. Break a throw. Howson is on the move.
Full flag against Richie to
But he knew he had to do his business today, and doing his business is exactly what he's doing up to press. 2-1 he leads. 2 for 2 on his doubles. Things are very well in the land of the owl.
83. $39.
Just trying to sit on top of that. He's playing really nice today, is Richie Howson.
100.
He's come with real purpose.
Yeah, this is really, really good from Richie.
He realises this week that there's gold at the end of that rainbow. So far, no bungles.
$60. $55.
Once again, he rode with the punches early doors. Tommy Morris was exceptional in that first leg, but one thing that Howson has got is real patience. Does not panic when he goes behind. Has been averaging in excess of 90 throughout this game. And no matter what Tommy's doing so far, Richie Howson has an answer. 6 starts from 200. What he'd give for a ton 40 or ton 80 right now.
78. $95.
Howson
122.
looking at 1-2-2 to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest. Single leaves the bull. The treble leaves double 7. And that would have been a second tub plus check out in as many legs.
It's a wonderful effort, but the last thing you want to do is go big. But we did say this week, if anyone's going to hit the 156, it's Richie Howson. What he'd give for something as simple as a 7 finish. That's always the worry. Your brain is thinking, don't hit the 19, don't hit the 17. Opportunity knocks for Morris.
Presented on a plate. Can he gobble it up?
Game shown the 4 flag.
Well,
Tommy
it was
Morris.
famine on the doubles for Richie Howson. It's feast for Tommy Morris.
5 flag, it's Tommy to throw
And we are
first.
level at
Game
2 apiece in this, our 6th game of the session.
Smiles all around, but I'm sure inside it'll be a frustrated
6.
Richie Howson because they're 3-1 up. He doesn't lose the game. He's so good at protecting leads. We have talked about that opening game where he demonstrated that fight back quality. He's having it tough
41.
today. The players are playing well against him.
Well, it's kind of been the story of his week, really, if the truth be told, where he's had to really work up everything he's got now. That was a bit of a hop, skip, and a jump from Tommy Morris, almost Richie Burnett-esque.
He's gone back to speak with a speaker.
140.
Now, I reckon if we ever left this studio and there was certain bits of this building that was left in a skip, I reckon Richie Burnett would drive down
81.
purposely just to take that speaker with him.
I bet yours would be the till. Full of money because you're a greedy man. Thanks for my coffee, by the way, today. Much
I was
appreciated.
going to say, I bought you and the whole production team coffee.
100.
And all you've moaned about is that it costs 40 quid. You've got 7 houses, man.
100.
6 now. I had to remortgage one of them with that coffee order.
What a game.
135.
Tommy Morris on 80. We've just
Tommy
seen
McGuire,
that with the
80.
big 3 with Tommy, with Richie Howson. You've got to stay straight. That's where your brain can play games with you. Should be 25 and Bull now. Cracking dart that. Bull's eyes wide open.
44.
So
Richie
Howson
McGuire,
85
85.
for the break and a 3-2 lead in this game. The treble is located. What can he do with double top here? Bends the wire with dart 1. Cannot get with
65.
dart 2. And so Morris back for 36.
Tommy McGuire, 36.
I did not expect Tops not to go there. He's just having one of those days where he's just doing enough. Big dart. Real big dart in the context of this match and the
18.
group. And Howson is one
Richie
lucky
McGuire,
boy.
20.
So 2 10s to move himself 3-2 to the good.
Game shown the 5th
3-2
flag.
it is.
Richie Howson.
Howson now with the darts in his hand to make it 2 wins out of 2
6 flag,
and
it's
to
Richie to throw
put
first.
himself on the
Game
tail
on.
of Carl Wilkinson in 2nd position.
And Henry, I'd like you to put the mindset in that player's area now with Carl Wilkinson. He was really good at focusing on his own job yesterday, but he
60.
can't help but think right now, surely that Howson is riding the punches and he's achieving.
There is that, but there's also that mentality of you still got it in
97.
your hands. You win your remaining matches, including one against Richie House, and then you qualify through to Saturday night's final. And so I still think Carl Wilkinson will think, well, as long as I do this, then I'm in charge of my destiny, as opposed to, oh no, I've got to rely on this happening or that happening. So to that extent, he is still in control of his emotions, in control of his own destiny. But you're absolutely right. There will be a feeling of what looked maybe
100.
comfortable following the first round of fixtures is suddenly becoming a bit more difficult. That rug is just beginning to be pulled from underneath his feet a little bit.
36.
Well, pretty much already given the game to Richie Howson because you felt like the hard work was done. However, Tommy Morris is effectively taking the darts in this
83.
third leg. And Howson will once again have to find more answers.
Well, maybe he's finding some answers here. Well, that is a superb
168.
set-up turn. The 168 leads the 137, and all of a sudden it's up to Tommy Morris to find something good
140.
and find 2
Richard
trebles he will.
137.
Oh, that was exceptional from Howson, but rat-a-tat-tat of Morris. We
49.
seem to be seeing
Tommy
crucial
McGuire,
moments at all
81.
times, but Morris would have the darts in the last leg if he can check out in this 81. What a dart that is. Super
show the
finish from
6
Tommy
flag.
Morris. We
Tommy
just
Morris.
felt before the dart was thrown today that he could play that spoiler role.
7
And we
for
felt
final
that
leg,
he
it's
will
Tommy to
take
throw
out one of the
first.
top 3.
Game on.
Now, let me just go back a half an hour when Richie House was playing Dan Hands. He was involved in a blinding 4-3. He
6.
got over the winning line in this one. We felt like he'd done the hard work by breaking Tommy Morris in that fifth leg. But once again, look, you can't write him off.
100.
I feel like what I'm saying now was exactly what we said in his last 7-legger against Dan Hans, and that is he will scrap away and chip away for every last thing he can get. And it's not as if he's playing poor. He's averaging 88 in this game, but he's had to work hard for everything he's got so far.
100.
I don't think he'll have too harder games than these first two. And if he can get through these, he will be feeling great. And all the pressure is on Carl Wilkinson.
60.
Well, he's got to do his damage at the end of the day. Kelling and Wilkinson's his final two. Next up is Rohan Browers. So what he could do is try and apply pressure. And I suppose he'll feel to a certain extent that if he
60.
wins every single one of his games today, he'll go through. So to that extent, he kind of has his destiny in his own hands.
Another one of those.
83.
Just by that single width of a wire there. He hits a 140. Modus becomes a huge favourite. That treble one will have hurt. It'll hurt even more now because here comes Howson.
His setup play in this game has been absolutely exemplary.
145.
Leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12, and it's up to Morris again to force the issue. He's unable to.
Another slack last start from Tommy Morris. Gives the ascendancy. He loves double 18. Another great game. Richie Howson has been tested today. Big style. He beats Dan Hans by 4 legs to 3. And as we've just witnessed as they both walk off, that tells 1,000 tales there. A suit again that went the distance again. Could today be the day for Richie Howson? He's doing what he has to as we move on to the next game. It's Dan Hans against top of the table, Jamie Kelling.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we have seen so far. Before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 3. Elsewhere, it's been a day which has seen Jamie Kelling win 2 from 2, including a big 4-1 win against Carl Wilkinson. And it is JK that has control of the table as we head into the second portion of the day. We can confirm that now by having a look at the table. Kelling on 12, Wilkinson and Howson both on 10 points, and they're both got to play one another later on in the day. Rohan Browers on 6, Dan Hands with 4 points to his name, and Tommy Morris still yet to pick up a victory so far. Let's get into the action again then, and it is a meeting between Jamie Kelling and Dan Hands. For Kelling to be up to 14 points and effectively move himself on the hill. If he wins this particular contest, he is oh so almost there. 14 points would be the target. And when you consider that Carl Wilkinson and Richie Howson have to play one another, then the worst case scenario is that the third place player would pick up 14 points. So he would be very, very, very nearly there without confirming his place through. It's hammer time for JK up against the Tap Man, who annoyingly, well, not annoyingly, he's hit a 180, but annoyingly has ditched the dinosaur.
Yeah, maybe the fact that he's lost a couple of games 4-3. Oh, you look quite sad there, Henry.
140.
Do you know, we could have had a 9-darter there while you're talking about dinosaurs. We'd never mention Mark Salmon ever again.
Glenn, it's not all about you, pal.
I'm not Mark Salmon.
No, but you wouldn't stop talking about Mark Salmon. Think about it, right? Jared Cole hasn't got many moments which he can look back on and think, oh, that's so great. That one he could have, and you just ruined it.
36.
Very fishy.
$140. Dan required 40.
Nothing to separate these two yesterday. It went the distance.
On the first,
darts like that.
Dan Hands.
This could also be another 4-3 classic. What a day Dan Hands having. He's been excellent at times. Just can't get over the winning line. 3 clear darts in his previous game to win the match 4-3. Jamie Kelling does not want Dan Hands to be producing his best in this game. He'd have felt that the hard work is done when he beat Carl Wilkinson in his previous game. But Hands and Morris, they're just them types of players that they're as good as them top 3 on their day.
Well, you'd argue that Dan Hands is due one. The way he's played today, both games have gone to a last leg. He's rattled the cage of both of his opponents, but hasn't been able to conjure a way through.
96.
It's effortless the way he throws a dart, isn't it? Such a wristy player. We akin him to Kevin Doots as well this week.
100. $29. $60. $100.
6 darts for the pair of them. They'll be hoping. That makes it much easier for Kelling. Could do with another treble.
72.
After that first dart, he'd be very disappointed to leave the 1-2-6 finish because Hands on a 2-darter.
126.
But he's got an opportunity to deny Hands even a look at it, but he's going to have to find a way through here. Unable to do so, the flight would have obscured the target somewhat,
46.
and so Dan should at the very least get a dart at tops to win this opening leg, when he may not get a dart at anything. Bit of a mess.
36. Jamie require 80.
Yeah, and these players who play the game like Dan does, it can be frustrating for someone watching him because he just had to straighten the first one, just as Kelling does. This will hurt Hands.
40. Dan require 40.
So double top to double his lead. Well, I'm going to be bluntly honest here.
Jamie
He has made
McGuire,
an
40.
absolute mess of finishing this leg off.
The Phil Taylor biting the flight. Clear sign of real frustration. That'll be through the roof if this top scores. That's a
20.
missed opportunity for
Danny
Jamie
McGuire,
Kelling.
26.
Just looks a little nervy in this game.
But this is what this game can do. Despite the fact that it's been a bit tricky for Dan Hand to finish his leg off, he got
14.
given another chance, of which he was unable
Jamie
to take.
McGuire, 20.
Disappointing start for Jamie Kelling, but what an opportunity to level this game up. So
score.
many missed darts.
Danny McGuire,
Surprisingly
12.
missed darts. And Dan Hands for a 2-0 lead after 24 darts.
Games on the
Unbelievable
second
start to
leg.
this match. Jamie
Dan
Kelling, top of the
Hands.
table, just doing everything right
So like
today.
it's down to throw first.
Thought the hard work was done. He knew if he could win this game, he'd move to 14 points, and he could smell Saturday night. Worrying times.
60.
Well, let's move on and forget that last leg ever happened, shall we? A smelly leg.
$59.
Oh, okay.
180.
Okay, a little bit of showmanship, Tap Man.
95.
You're
57.
supposed to ask me if I approve of that.
Well, do you approve of it?
No,
Why do you not approve of it?
because it's not an exhibition.
140.
Happy with that? Mr. Sit on the Fence Deacon?
43.
My certificate is to talk through play-by-play and not give opinions.
Please do that. Help me today.
can only do
91.
so much
Danny
carrying
McGuire,
in one session.
161.
161 isn't going to be done. And so Kelling
60.
back
Jamie required
for
116.
160 to get the break back and to return the game to throw. Good guide there for the treble. Finds it, double 18.
Game
Well, in the
shot
previous
third
leg, neither player can hit a
Jamie
barn door.
Kelling.
But Jamie Kelling is killed off a 116.
Fourth
And
leg
he's
is
back in
Jamie
this
to throw
contest, and we're
first.
back on
Game
throw
on.
at 2-1.
All went pear-shaped after the blind 180.
$100. $125.
Excellent riposte.
I mean, we wouldn't have seen such showmanship from boring Duzzer, would we?
Come on, polish me trophies.
60.
Have you still got your
Yes.
check
60.
for £100,000?
Hey, did you write it?
See, that's how you do banter, Glenn. That was good, see.
98.
I'm a funny guy. I just need to work with the right person. Me and Chris Murphy last night, we nailed it.
60.
Oh, me and my mate Chris, we love working together. I get it, okay?
Glad you watched, though. Thanks for all the messages and highlighting my one mistake. I'll make this year.
59.
You highlight all my mistakes. I get a message every day.
125.
No mistakes here for Dan Hands, though. Disappointing third leg. Third leg he was total control of after the 180.
41.
No,
Danny
could
required
take control of this
131.
crucial fourth leg. He has been showboat, and then that
91.
tops.
Jamie
You would think it was a
required
showboat, but on 131
143.
now, the majority of players are going that way.
It's more conventional than perhaps it was conceived a few years ago.
Imagine doing that to Kevin
43.
Painter
Danny
20
McGuire,
years ago.
40.
But this for a 3-1 lead. Just
Game
creeps
shot the
into that
fourth
double
leg.
10 as well. Both
Dan
referee
Hands.
and player has to have a second look.
Fifth
Is
leg, it's
this
Dan to go
table
first.
taking another twist?
Well, you say that, but darts,
on.
just like any other sport, has constantly evolved. And I think certain things that were deemed disrespectful, I think as the game has evolved, has been seen as normal things.
95.
I think percentages, for example, percentages say that on a top-to-top shot, you've probably got a better opportunity of hitting open targets than you are if you go treble 20, double 10, for example. And it's exactly the same in other sports like football.
140.
About 20 years ago, if you passed a team out to death, you would have been seen as disrespectful by doing so.
55.
But now it is the give and done thing because Manchester City do it every week.
You could say the same about commentators, though. You never heard Dave Lannon and John Gwynn, winding each other up. You could learn from them. You should watch a couple of those videos back. Did I say videos there?
91.
Professionalism.
Yeah, you'll learn about that one day, Glenn.
It's going to need a professional performance from Kelling from here, 3-1 down. We've had a day where Richie Howson has been tested to the max. It is the time of Jamie Kelling. Can he find something? Because Dan Hans has been the better player in this game.
57.
We had that pretty poor second leg. But in between that has been some wonderful stuff. An attempt to bull there. This is a real showman at work.
96.
Well, we've seen it before where if the first dart is that far below the chop and you can't see anything of it, then ball is the conventional play because you have an open target to aim at. And so actually,
60.
again, going less of the exhibition way, it was just more of convention. And this for a routine 4-1 win, double 12. It's fouled eventually for Dan Hans, and that's a first defeat to the day inflicted upon Jamie Kelling. And what it does do is open up this table for a little bit more interpretation. Hans a 4-1 winner. You got the sense at some point things were going to work out for him, and for Dan, he finally gets that elusive win. We're off for a break, and after these commercial messages from your local provider, it's Carl Wilkinson against Tommy Morris. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
We're live on Pluto TV, and it's Group C time at the Modus Super Series at Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's just taken another twist because Jamie Kelling, in his previous game, beat the man stood behind and walking to the hockey now, Carl Wilkinson, at the top of the table clash. And there was the feeling that Jamie had done his work for the day. But Jamie Kelling has just played on the back of a defeat to Dan Hands, which has changed the whole structure. It's brought Carl Wilkinson and Richie Howson right back in the mix.
Carl to throw first.
And in the next half hour, and after the next two games, we could be talking about the fact that we've got 3 players on 12 points. For that to happen, Carl Wilkinson has to play Tommy
60.
Morris, who is a lot better player than what the league standing says. He is still sat on 0 points, but let me tell you, he can play and he can beat Carl Wilkinson here. He was on the back. He looked a little bit nervy in his previous game, and I would expect Richie Howson after that game to beat Rohan Browers. So
50.
Henry Deacon is getting nervy.
Well, he mentioned in his interview yesterday that he wanted to do everything in his power to get here tonight. And I just wonder whether he's just beginning to feel the weight of that expectation on his shoulders somewhat. And sometimes if he do place too much pressure on that opening game, now ironically he did go and win that game against Rohan Browers, but sometimes if you're targeting XYZ, the first time something doesn't quite go to plan, it can leave you with a little bit of a stumbling block, and it can leave you with a little bit of a sore head after.
And just another dimension, you've just been in the arena there, and you came and said,
oh,
the heat, Glenn. If you wonder what Henry was doing, he was just checking to see if anyone had dropped any money as they were getting off the stage there.
100.
He hasn't come back with any pocket change.
I'd gone to the fridge to get my can of pop.
He will get that 8th house.
60.
Will Tommy Morris get this 76 finish? I'm a little bit nervous for Carl right now. Double 18.
40.
And it may just be a dart of the bullseye here for Carl Wilkinson to take out this opening leg. But he's going to get the bonus at 2 at double 15. And it's an opportunity that he takes. And Carl Wilkinson moves a leg to the good in this contest.
Yeah, another crucial moment there, Henry.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw.
My last sentence there was, I'm getting nervous for Carl Wilkinson. And that 90 finish, especially with a last start in hand.
99.
Real quality stuff. These top 3 are having real highs and lows today. Please stay with us because this is going down to the wire.
98.
Well, a win for Carl would put him back to the top of the table, courtesy of legs differs because of the slip up of Jamie Kelling, but it also opens up the door for Richie Howson, who takes on Rohan Browers. As a matter of fact, if Tommy Morris can win this game, and Richie Howson can win his next match by 4-0, then actually Howson would go to the top of the table all of a sudden.
59.
We felt like he was the only value today. We also sensed that something was going to happen for Richie. He hasn't been his week so far. He hasn't been playing too bad.
60.
But I've been involved in a couple of wonderful Group C's lately. And like I said, this could go down to the last start.
60.
Which 2 are going through then, Henry? I am putting you on the spot there because I don't know. I'll openly admit.
148.
Do you know the player I'm more convinced of than anybody else is the player's not coming in a qualifying position?
100.
Richie Howson.
McGuire, 160.
I wouldn't disagree. Wouldn't disagree with anything you said there. This is tight. Wilkinson had the answer with that 90 finish. Couldn't do it there with a 160 finish. He's
60.
been put up against it today. And Morris still searching for that first win. We felt he could beat a top 3 player today.
28.
But with darts like
Only
that, a
require
big
100.
opportunity for Wilkinson.
A ton to move, 2 up in the match. Double top. Big dart. Big
Game
find.
on the second leg.
And that could be a
Carl
big
Wilkinson.
step in the right direction for Carl Wilkinson.
Third leg
90
it's
finish
Carl
and
to
100
throw
finish. Yes, there was a little element of a shake at the head there from Carl.
Game on.
This is a mighty performance. And forget the averages. You know, this is about just getting the 2 points out now, but 2 quality finishes. If you could just find his scoring as well, that will help.
140.
But all round a quality performance.
Well, the scoring power is beginning to be harnessed, but Tommy Morris is finding his radar as well.
180.
That the game's first 180.
Well, Tommy Gunn doesn't want to go away as Tommy Nunn, but he's still on 0 points at the moment, and he ain't playing
100.
bad. And that's once again justified with that 180 start here.
Well, so far
85.
this week, it's been less the gun, more the pistol for Tommy Morris. And he has had a couple of
45.
sprays, hasn't he, wide into the 5?
$134. $23. Tommy require 102.
Morris has outscored Wilkinson once again. He's getting opportunities that he's creating himself.
62.
And even the way Wilkinson's finishing, he cannot check out on this 193. Morris looking good to get back in this match.
60. Tommy require
Well, he's left
40.
tops after 12 here, Tommy Morris. This to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Game shot on the
14
third leg.
data,
Tommy
half
Morris.
the gap, half the deficit.
Full flag, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Well, those
30.
mistrayed sprays into the 5 we were talking about.
I mean, I've had a low point this week. I was watching a question and answer from Owen
85.
Binks this week. And when he left that 133 Wilkinson, he was asked the question, what's his favourite finish to referee? And it's treble 19, double 19,
140.
double 19.
You must have been really bored during the week.
I had a good answer to it, though. I said, is that because that's the only dart you can retrieve from the board?
100. $30.
Isn't that Tommy in a nutshell? That
Yeah.
looking great, didn't he? Terrific third leg there to break the throat.
59.
It's almost a no. It wouldn't surprise me if a little ton 40 here. There's my prediction.
60.
Cheers, Tommy. Pistol. But it's Wilkinson that's spraying them all over now.
15. $100.
These are nervy darts and Wilkinson. So solid, so assured,
85.
so confident
Tommy
yesterday.
Rick 141.
The lure of playing on a Saturday night.
81.
That
Tommy
2
Rick
from 3
157.
ratio qualification. I thought my fears had been. Later on, he checked out in the 90 and the 100.
137.
Excellent setup play.
Tommy Rick 160.
Crucial moments in this match and in this group.
It's double top.
40.
Underneath. And so
Connie
Wilkinson
McGuire,
now has a
20.
chance to move 2 clear and then have the darts to complete a victory, which would put him back in control of his own destiny. And suddenly it's Jamie Kelling that would be
Game shot on the fourth
lurking
flag. Carl
precariously
Wilkinson.
over his shoulder. 3-1 Wilkinson.
Fifth flag, it's Cole to throw first. Game
not
on.
vintage. He's scrapping and he's fighting, but it's an important 2 points for Wilkinson if he can serve out this match. Semi-final day at Wimbledon.
84.
It almost feels like a bit of a semi-final for Carl Wilkinson. He's got that potential final
100
with Richie Howson as the last game. That could, as we're looking at the league too, that could be a real knockout.
Well, it might be Wimbledon semi-final day, but Tommy Morris is looking less escape from
27.
Alcatraz, more escape from Alcaraz.
$100. $96.
Nothing in it in this fifth leg. Tis on the throw, Wilkinson again. He's struggling to... He is being outscored at times by Morris.
91.
But as I said in the interview yesterday, feels he's the best player out the six. When it gets down to the end, some real crucial important doubles at double 10.
135.
In that important fourth leg for Wilkinson.
170.
Does lose a bogey number, so 6 starts and 170. That doesn't help.
77.
And of course, Morris wins this leg, the game returns to throw, and all of a sudden he'd have the darts to take us all the way to the last leg decider. And that is how quickly
85.
these quick,
Tommy requires
sharp
93.
races to four can very quickly change.
Does he go treble 19? 74 points left. Not guaranteed a dart double.
53.
Did have the option of starting the
Oliver
bullseye
requires
to guarantee
74.
himself a dart double. But for Wilkinson, this is massive. That doesn't help. What a mess. What a mess from a guy. We use the terms of professional, assured. He looks so confident.
42.
He's feeling it.
Tommy required 40.
And Tommy Morris here has a chance to keep this game going. And the longer he can keep this game going, the more you'll feel like opportunities will begin to open up for him.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Tommy
Back to
Morris.
3-2. And can he just begin to rattle the cage of Carl
Sixth leg,
Wilkinson a
it's
little
Tommy
bit?
to throw first. Game on.
There's a man playing with freedom on this stage. And there's a man there playing with all the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I concur.
137.
He won't want this to go to a last leg decider. Yes, he'll have the darts.
100.
Darts is such a wonderful game. It can be a mind bender. It can be the best place. And I think you're right, Henry. Right at this moment,
60.
Wilkinson does look like the one who's just looking that little bit nervy. And that'll suit Jamie Kelling and Richie Howson.
140.
Top darts.
Enjoyable darts. And the good news is,
94.
it's not the only session of darts that we've got today. Would you like the good news, Glenn?
Yeah, always enjoy your Group B.
100.
The time, I mean, it was such a slow burner yesterday, but once Graham Usher started posting some unbelievable numbers. But for me,
60.
Paul Hogan was the
Oliver
star of the show last night.
161.
Expect him to be there comfortably Saturday night.
Can Wilkinson round it off with a big one? The 161 isn't going to go, but he's going to put himself in a position to win this
99.
game, and it's up
Tommy,
to
you
Tommy
require
Morris now, you
150.
feel, to take out the 150. He's not going to, and so Wilkinson to
58.
move back to the top of the
Oliver
table
requires
and to
62.
put himself back in control of proceedings. When he lost his previous game, it looked like things were beginning to go the wrong
Game
way,
shot
but
on the match.
the sword is very
Carl
much
Wilkinson.
putting the rest of the field under it. A 4-2 win puts him back to the top of the pile and puts him ever so closer towards qualification. He looks slightly more relaxed now. At times he looked like a man who was playing with the world on his shoulders. That the turn of the tape from that particular contest. Coming up after the break, Richie Howson takes on Rohan Browers.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. It's Group C today and it is getting very tight because a win for Carl Wilkinson in a previous game against the luckless Tommy Morris and a defeat for Jamie Kelling over Den Hans means the pair of them are on 12 points, played 8, and Richie Howson just retrieving his darts has played 7 and just 2 points behind. So if Howson wins this game, he's expected to win this game. He's a favourite to win this game. We'll have 3 players, Henry Deacon, on 12 points.
Yeah, and if Richie Howson wins this 4-0, he'd actually move into a provisional qualifying position in this Group C. How quickly things can change. Howson looked like at a time his back was firmly against the wall,
59.
but now finds himself in a position where a big win would put him into a provisional qualifying spot. It would mean that
58.
he would join fellow Group A colleague Tom Sykes into Saturday. Then this evening, Graham Usher in a decent position to make it through. Danny Jansen will be hoping to kick on. If Danny Jansen does make it into Saturday's finale, he could be watched on by his good friend and former Modus Super Series runner-up, Cameron Crabtree.
125.
There's the Henry Deacon bingo card sorted out. I'm just surprised it took so long to use the name Cameron
95.
Crabtree.
It's true. If he qualifies tomorrow, Cam might be here.
78.
Just looking at the head-to-heads to come, so without doing a disservice to Rohan Browers, who's had a good day today, Richie Howson will go to 12 points if he can win this game. And then Richie Howson's last 2 games against the top 2, Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling. Henry, would you rather have them games Or would you rather have one of the bottom 3 players
84.
plus a
Richie
top
require
game?
147.
The harder they come, the harder they fall, Glenn. And I think Richie Howson would not mind having that because it means that everything's in his own hands effectively. He doesn't have to look precariously over his shoulder.
97.
He knows he wins 3 more games than he is
Rohan
qualified.
156.
Easier said than done, but that is the scenario.
I will say something that you said yesterday, which has resonated with me, and it seems to be
60.
the right
Richie
thing.
require 50.
It's felt like knockout darts for Howson since he started with 2 defeats in this Group C campaign. He's been brilliant
James on
since
the
then, with
first
finishes
edge.
similar
Richie
to that.
Howson.
He takes the opening leg, but he has been pretty immaculate since
like
that
it's Rohan
disappointing
to
start to
throw
Group
first.
C.
Scaife.
He looks the better player of the 3 of them.
100%. I mean, statistically, yesterday he was the best player out of the trio, but was unable to
43.
pick up the points equivalent of Wilkinson or Kelling.
Just seem to, every time I look at his stats, I always see the number 88. 17
43.
darted in the first one equates to an 88 average. That's what he had overnight yesterday. He seems to have corrected the issues with the doubles. And I don't think he'll be worrying about Kelling
96.
or Wilkinson. I think he'll fancy his chances. Had it been a Legends week, no problem whatsoever. He seems to excel in those ones.
Career high average at the Legends League, 115.62. Beat Steve Beaton
140.
in the final of that particular competition. Steve, who's not really had the, I suppose, semi-retirement year that he had originally envisaged or planned.
A lot of rumours that he might even go back to Q School, starting from a Matthew Edgar. Something you can ask him next week. He feels he's going back, that the retirement will be put back on hold. Any thoughts on that, H?
Look, it's whatever Steve feels is right. Now, look, Steve has got a lot of opportunities because of his CV, because of what he's done. It kind of depends on what he wants to do. If he wants to play competitively and enjoy the rest of his days, what he's doing now is okay. But if he feels maybe there's an itch to scratch and maybe he didn't end on the terms he would have wanted to, then I can 100% understand his reason maybe to give it another go. But it doesn't always go to plan, is what I would say, if you then take a break and then come back into it.
Well, it's gone to plan for Richie Howson today. Needed the treble 20 for double 19.
80.
He fancied that.
80.
Well, he was looking at 25 with ball and he hits the ball. And so Howson
Richie
back for 2 19s for 2 zip. He's going to split. And he's going to hit the double 16 to double his advantage.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Just shy of 50% on his doubles today, Richie Howson. That was the theme we were talking about. This is always there. Those type of darts, those high-scoring stakes that he comes up with, the 180s, the 140s, no one ever doubts him. But we questioned his doubles this week, and in particular yesterday, they were very poor. He's corrected that. Richie Howson is looking good for 3 wins out of 3 and 2 blockbuster head-to-heads to come for Richie.
91.
Well, he has had problems with
61.
things bouncing out the board, Rohan Browers. And it tends to be that actually he's that accurate between dart 1 and dart 2 that it just clatters off the barrel of the dart previous.
85.
Yes, I did an episode of Break a Throat in relation to Connor Scott and chatting with him before it. He said he's created a dart where the number one priority is not to get a bounce out, because that was a big part and a real detriment to his game.
Was that a show-off?
97.
Ooh, I've got Connor Scott's WhatsApp details.
I
don't do WhatsApp.
48.
Well, that's a lie. Double 16.
50% on his doubles.
Richie Howson.
And that trend is 75% in this match alone now. He's righted
against
those
Rohan to
wrongs.
throw first. Game on.
Well, that's a 14 darter, best leg of the match, and so far 48 darts required for Richie Howson to move into a free-zip
100.
lead. 17, 17, and 17 going under in that particular leg. 14 darter for Richie Howson.
Do you believe in karma? Because this time yesterday, Rohan Browers was 3-0 up against Richie Howson. Richie Howson come back to win that match by 4 legs to 3. Could it happen again? Roles reversal.
Well, they do say what
100.
goes around comes around.
$60.
Although saying the word karma, it's just got me hungry for some reason. What's the dinner plan
56.
tonight, Glenn?
Well, if I'm paying, it's McDonald's. If you're paying, there's a lovely Italian next door.
Oh. Beautiful restaurant.
100.
Beautiful food. Just need to find the right company, really.
Charming.
That's why I go on my own every week.
30.
Don't laugh at your own jokes. It's highly embarrassing. Nothing embarrassing about Richie Howson's performance, but he has just dipped performance in this 4th leg. The fact that Browers isn't
100.
scoring big be good for Richie Howson to get the job done quickly. We haven't seen a 4-0 today. In fact, Henry, we have not seen a 4-0 in this Group C campaign.
And we only saw one in the entirety of Group A as well. It's been Group B that's been the group that has delivered the dishings out of the big score lines.
100. Rohan
138 then for Browers to reduce the gap back down to 3-1. Not to be this time. So Howson to win it 4-0. Looking at the time.
117. Richie required 100.
Good set of play from Rohan. But Howson just seems to be in that zone. Rohan can look.
Shot and the match.
And Richie Howson really is a man on a mission at the moment. 3 big wins out of 3. You still feel he's got work to do to come because his last 2 games are against Wilkinson and Kelling. This Group C campaign has delivered really solid, but look at that doubles percentage, 80%. He's corrected those wrongs from yesterday. The big games keep on coming for top of the table because it's Carl Wilkinson next against Dan Hans.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 9 games on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Richie Howson got the better of Rohan Browers by 4-0. Carl Wilkinson beat Tommy Morris 4-2, but the big result there at the top of your score strap, as Dan Hans got the better of Jamie Kelling by 4-1. So that's what we've seen. This is how the table looks as a consequence. And there is a change in hands as far as the top 2 is concerned. Carl Wilkinson's moved to the top. Richie Howson's moved into second position. And Jamie Kelling, who began the last round of fixtures as the player at the top of the table, has now dropped into third position. Hans, Browers, Morris, the bottom 3 in the group, is going to stay that way no matter what. So then into our next game, and it is Carl Wilkinson who can move on to 14 points if he can get the better of Dan Hans. And because Kelling and Howson play each other in the game after this, it means that if he can win this, he finds himself on the hill. He finds himself in a fairly much close to unassailable position. He takes on Dan Hans, who has played some really good stuff today. Lost 4-3, was unlucky to lose 4-3 in each of his opening 2 games, and then turned on the style to kill off Kelling by 4-1. But what can Carl Wilkinson do here? Can he move himself onto 14 points, and can he move himself to within a win of qualification?
Yep, such a tricky game is Dan Hans for these top 3 players. I think they'll be glad to see the back of him. He's one of those ones where you just don't know what you're going to get. And he did change the whole theme of this group, as you rightly said, with that win over Jamie Kelling. I think he'll have enjoyed his experience here, Will Dan Hans. And like I said, the biggest compliment I can give him is the fact that I want to see him back.
Yeah, I find it very unlikely that we won't see him again in a future Super Series event. Just to mark your card for the end of the year here at the Super Series. We've got 2 more specials weeks after this series is finished. We'll have the Rising Stars Youth Week for players between 16 and 21. And then we'll have the International Pairs Week, the
93.
Week after that. And then the next season is going to be played all the way through. So there's not going to be a pause after week 6. Like most series tend to have these days. We'll play all the way through to the end of the year, and then the Global Championship will round off 2025. Yeah,
we were just chatting about that Global Championship. That's what we're all looking forward to. Big prize for Carl Wilkinson is to get to Saturday night. He has been lethal on the doubles.
No score.
Today hasn't been as easy as yesterday. That was a nervy look over to the finish of Dan Hans. He'd be delighted when he turns round.
Wilkinson looks at tops to take a 1-0 lead in this contest. No mistake. 1-0 Wilkinson. Just wants to pick these legs apart. Doesn't have to do anything extraordinary. It's just about getting the job done from this point onwards.
Andreas Harrison here next week. Is he the headline actor? You think with some serious players once again?
Steve West, 5-time weekly winner. I'm intrigued to see Keegan Brown, because I look at his year so far, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, because I really like Keegan, but it's been very patchy. He's made a couple of Challenge Tour finals, and then the rest really hasn't been there. When it's been good, but when it's been off, it's been off.
I like the fact he went back to basics as well. I've been following his county darts and his quite similar counties, but produced some really good stuff there as well. So he's one of those ones where we're not really sure. A good week here could really benefit Keegan.
I like the look of Andreas and Steve being the final next Saturday night. I've got to be honest with you.
I said late last night, I'm looking forward to the game between Kevin Edwards and Kevin Painter. 2 Essex lads, you go, really good friends.
100.
But I think there's real opportunities in Group B and Group C next week.
You sure you can't stay in Portsmouth another week?
I'm trying to think what I'm doing next week. It's
140.
I've got a very busy week next week. And, of course, the World Match Play on the horizon. Might get your thoughts on that in a second, Henry. So
44.
get your thinking
Oliver
cap
Quine,
on.
96.
Wilkinson looking at 96 to double his lead to 2-0. 2 in his hand at double 18. Only needs the
James
one.
on the
That's a
second
14
leg.
data.
Carl Wilkinson.
Cruise control for Carl.
And we haven't said that all day today
Third leg,
about
it's
Carl
Cole to
Wilkinson,
throw
have we?
first.
Any nerves? That he certainly had.
Game
I
on.
highlighted the fact that I thought he's not really looking at his best. But I go back to a 90 finish and a 100 finish that he had in a game. And that really settled him. And he is producing the goods because Dan
60.
Hands is as we said, he's a quirky player to play. You're not really sure what you're going to get from him. Wilkinson
48.
in an excellent position here. But the World Match Play coming up. Do you have an outstanding first round game? Who do you have as your overall winner?
I'm going to answer
96.
two with the same player. I think that the outstanding game of the first round is Humphries against Van Veen, and I just think in the current climate, I don't think there's a player that's been able to acclimatise to long
60.
course, long distance starts like Luke Humphries has. And I do think we're at a stage now in the game where you've got different players that are suited to different types of formats and environments. There's players that are
96.
real sprinters. So the first to 6 races, it really does suit them. But I think players like Luke Humphries, I think prefer a game which is
43.
played over, say, a best of 31, best of 35, because they can really get their teeth stuck into it. And because they're in a condition where they're doing like the conditioning and things like that, they're able to
60.
sustain that long course. So I think a tournament like the match play really works into the hands of someone like a Luke Humphries.
I was talking about the ladies, actually, but never mind.
60.
I'll tell you what, though, Bo Grease hasn't got it easy against Kirsty Vinnakainen, not in the furthest stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that stage game, it's different. But Kirsty's been great.
100.
Kirsty nearly hit 9 against her.
Yeah, been excellent on this stage as well. Real big competition for them
38.
these days.
Carl Oliver Quine, 89.
Eyes on the prize for Carl Wilkinson at the moment because it's another rapid game, just over 5 minutes played. And Carl Wilkinson could be
57.
seconds away from taking a 3-0 lead, just what he needed at this phase of the competition.
Going through the gears. That's all he's had to really do in this game. And for Dan Hands, I think there's just a
82.
beginning
Carl
of a
Oliver Quine,
realisation that maybe the week is
32.
just beginning to take a toll on him a little bit as Carl looks at 2:16s to move further in front.
James on the
3-0
third
to the
leg.
goods.
Carl Wilkinson.
And at the moment, his opponent has got no way of response.
Yeah, it's a mixture of
Four
Dan
minutes
just
down
not
to
producing the
first.
goods.
Game on.
You can see how warm it is down there. You said you've just been down. You could immediately feel from this beautiful air-conditioned room as you walked out.
Honestly, it's like when you open the door of this commentary box, you
45.
know when you come out of an airplane into the warmth, as you say, when you go to like Spain or something like that. That was exactly what it was like.
Spain?
96.
You expect me to go to Spain? You mean the Maldives? You mean Barbados? You mean Dubai? Spain? That is so 1980s.
100.
Booking a trip to Gibraltar in the next few days.
100.
You have been saying that for about 2 years, Henry. You just don't leave Portsmouth.
I do leave Portsmouth. It's
54.
just very rarely I leave Portsmouth.
Every time I come back to this studio, you're sat there.
Hey, I've been to some nice exotic places in 2025, can I have you know?
59.
Sheffield, Bristol, Newcastle, Nottingham.
50.
I think Hans has been sent to Coventry in this game.
Wasn't that famously the town where Lady Godiva ran around the city?
76.
We won't go into too many more details about it.
I'd rather you didn't. There's a 170 finish for the match. Smiles
40.
all around for him. He can't believe this
Carl Oliver Quine,
performance.
170.
It's come from nowhere. He has been great today, despite not getting the results. The big benefactor is that
59.
man in your picture. He just wants to say, I don't think he can quite believe his luck here. He's averaged just 83.5, which has been so easy, because that is what he can do.
140. Carl Oliver Quine, 111.
111 then for the match. And he's going to get a dart to round off a 4-0 victory. And that dart's at double top. And that dart is taken. And it's Carl Wilkinson who has his fate in his own hands. Courtesy of a win against Dan Hands, who just hit a bit of a wall there, if the truth be told. But for Carl Wilkinson, when he's beginning to make his push, he knew that his two closest rivals to qualifying out of this group were going head-to-head in the next game. And so he is taking full advantage of that here. 85 average, just under 4 from 8 in his doubles. Next up, big one between Kelling and Howson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
That's how warm it is on this stage, and the competition is getting hotter and hotter. And the big win at the moment is Carl Wilkinson. We are live on Pluto TV, and it's Group C at the Modus Super Series. And Carl Wilkinson, despite the heat, looked as cool as ice. He moves to 14 points, and this is a biggie. Carl Wilkinson is sat on 14 points, played 9. Richie Howson on 8. 8 games with 12 points. Jamie Kelling played 8 on 12 points, meaning this is a massive game. Now, Jamie Kelling at 1 point today pretty much looked like he'd qualified because he was exceptional in a win over Carl Wilkinson. I thought it was job well done, but he walked into a very impressive Dan Hands, and they turned this group upside down. But quietly, but effectively, and getting on with his job with real precision and accuracy
Jamie to throw first.
has been Richie
Game
Howson.
on.
And I think for the first time, Jamie Kelling is looking over his shoulder. I make Howson favourite for this match.
There's almost a feeling of eliminator about this game.
100.
The only thing Jamie Kelling may have as an insurance policy is the fact that Howson and Wilkinson do go head-to-head in the last game. So one of them has to drop points. But his legs difference isn't quite up to scratch. That's the only problem he has got. So if he loses this one, then he'd have to beat Browers by a scoreline, irrespective of what happens in that game in match 13. What it does mean
85.
is whoever wins match 13, in theory, should be there, should be through to Saturday night's showdown. Although Carl Wilkinson as well, he's done himself a lot of favours because his legs difference is healthy. 14 points plus 14 in terms of legs difference. Howson +7, Kelling +6 going into this particular contest.
140.
Yeah, business heads are on now. But Carl Wilkinson looking pretty. This has a real feel of a Saturday night, a real knockout game.
180.
Be hard to take for the player who doesn't get through. I mean, you would say Howson's probably the one who can accept it because he's never really been in that qualifying position. But he's the one in the final furlong who's sprinting the most. On double 12 here for 11 darter.
69.
Well,
Jamie
one miss
requires
for Howson
76.
could be punished by Kelling here. 76 to take the opening leg. 61 left, so it should be 11 and bull. The bullseye it is. Bullseye it is.
Jamie Kelling.
That could be telling for Kelling. In the background, Howson is nodding his head. It's almost like you want your player to hit that target area that they're going for, the big 20, and leave him for the double. That 11 and bullseye, almost like Howson knew it was going in.
140.
Probably because that's been systemic of Howson's week so far. Every single time he's left himself in a decent position, his opponents have taken out something tangible against him.
That legs difference. I'm just looking at Carl Wilkinson +14. I'm trying to find a way of him not being able to qualify at the moment. I try to leave those permutations to you. Hint, hint. But let's just see what happens with this game. We'll keep you fully updated with exactly what's needed to do. We'll go down the narrative that this is a real knockout game right now. It'll be a big advantage to the player who gets over the line in this game.
Well, put it this way, Carl Wilkinson would need to get battered in his last game to face the prospect of elimination.
But a potential 8-leg swing because he's playing Richie Howson. So just to...
But then you put Jamie Kelling in play. Basically, anything can happen from this point onwards. But for these two, win this, you give yourself the best possible chance. Howson does have the insurance policy. You could say insurance policy of a game against Carl Wilkinson
47.
because you can more directly affect the outcome of things. But Kelling here is beginning to hit his straps, hit his stride. But he's not going to make his move with the 161.
97.
That was a strange decision for Howson. He took the 0 point off. Even a single 20 would have left the Shanghai. 133 is a really difficult finish. Needs to go downstairs this time.
59.
A big opportunity for Jamie Kelling against throw.
So 64 required to double his advantage in the match. Single 16 for the double. To double up, to double his lead. 15 followed by 15. 2 for 2 in his doubles. 100.2 the average. He really is gritting his teeth now, is Jamie Kelling.
Yeah. Excellent performance. And what I like also, Henry, there's no real reaction. He's not getting that adrenaline flowing by, over-celebrating. Quality. I mean, Richie Howson's averaging just shy of 102 at the moment.
He must be thinking, how many more times am I going to play well and the person in front of me is just going to find that little bit more? Because that has been the story of his week.
We felt he had the momentum. 3 wins out of 3 for Richie today, looking.
60.
Players playing really well against him.
$60. 80.
Seen some really good looking throws this week. Big fan of the
41.
throw of Dan Hands, but you have to say the Richie House one is quirky. It's different. It works. $100.
Convention isn't always the route to say. There's not one size fits all approach when it comes to this weirdly intricate game.
$125.
He's been asked some questions today. How long can you continue just riding those blows?
What do they say in the Rocky films? It's not how hard you hit, but it's how hard you get hit and then keep moving on.
130.
Well, Jamie Kelling is looking like Apollo Creed then, if that's the case at the moment. He's flying and nothing at this moment. Richie Howson can do
99.
about it. He's a big
71.
passage of play. He should really start in the 13s. He's excellent in the started there. So 54 points left. Back to tops. 3-0.
On the third leg. Jamie Kelling.
And a first reaction there from Richie Howson.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
What a performance.
Yeah, 93.9 for the average, 48 darts, 3 from 3 on the doubles. And you could understand why Richie Howson is beginning to get rather agitated, frustrated and annoyed on the stage, because he's done everything right, but his opponent's just doing everything righter.
Righter? Oh, this is like watching Ronnie Baxter in his pomp.
$60.
Let's see a bit of magic, JK. 19 180s on that stage.
100.
19-9 darters even on that stage.
Yep, the last of which hit on Monday by Danny Jansen.
140.
It's looking to become the first player to hit 2 in a week. No one's ever done that before. Conor Heenahan missed double 12 for his second on a Saturday night that was played in similar conditions to this.
100.
Yes, he had a couple of good attempts. We're getting a little bit excited last night for Danny. He's one of those players, if at first 180 goes, you fancy him to go and smash in a second.
43.
Do we fancy Richie Howson from here? 3-0 down. Jamie Kelling would expect 6 darts from me. A treble 19 may differ, because that would have left him with a match dart.
57. Richie require 161.
Well, he's not going to squeeze out a 161 from the
65.
catalogue of brilliance, and so Kelling
require 64.
back for 64. Double 8. To complete a 4-0 win for Jamie Kelling. And that is a huge win for JK. And that's a crushing defeat for the Owl. And so JK now is in a superb position to qualify through with a superb performance, average in excess of 95. 4 out of 5 when it came to his doubling. He beats Richie Howson by 4 legs to 0. Tommy Rice against Rohan Browers is after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. 44. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on the 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Kelling got the better of Richie Howson by 4-0. That means that Carl Wilkinson is through to tomorrow night's final. And so now it is the race to see who is going to make it through in number 2 in this Group C. It's Rohan Browers and Tommy Morris that are next up. Jamie Kelling is almost there. He flushed away Richie Howson, whose chances of making it into Saturday night is hit the skids somewhat. Glenn Durrett's with me to talk through Browers up against Morris.
Tommy to throw first.
Yes, he definitely left his
Game
mark
on.
there, didn't he, against Richie Howson, who you felt had done all the hard work. But fair play to Jamie Kelling. That was an exceptional performance.
140.
Dare I say, a championship week performance. It was that good under the circumstances. This feels a little like, after the Lord Mayor's show this
68.
game, but an opportunity for 2 players who can right the wrongs of this Group C campaign. That's how tight it's been. But congratulations
100.
to Carl Wilkinson, 2 players through, and 2 both from Yorkshire.
Yes. Wilkinson joins Tom Sykes. Jamie Kelling very
59.
close to joining him. Richie Howson looks like his tough week's going to end without a Saturday night appearance. Dan Hands, Rohan Browers, both on 6.
140.
Tommy Morris still scrapping and searching for that first win. He's off to the more positive start of the pair in this
43.
particular match.
Tommy require 121.
Is this for the moment for Tommy Morris to get his first 2 points of this Group C campaign? Despite the fact he's on 0, does he go in this game as even favourite? Henry scrunches up first.
No. On the basis of, he's shown
80.
glimpses, but I suppose
Tommy
if I'm going to be
require 25.
ultra critical of Tommy, he hasn't shown it over a sustained spell as of yet.
21.
Well, lazy first start. He was punished. Having to effectively burn a dart. And now he's unworryingly on the double two. We know Messi can get if he hits the big number.
100. Tommy require 4.
A contest that went the full 7 legs between them yesterday. Started nice.
2.
But the tail of the
Rohan
tape
require
for Tommy Morris's
151.
missed opportunities.
And he finds himself in the madhouse when he comes back.
41. Tommy require 2. No score. Rohan require 110.
Can he pump it up? What a walk and tune that was, by the way.
Whoever of you do
56.
use that.
Tommy require 2.
1 out, 1 in.
Next
Game on
one,
the first
Pearl
leg.
1. And Morris
Tommy Morris
wins this opening leg.
Scruffy in the end. 24
Sykes
darts. I
Rohan
just
to
felt
throw
for Tommy,
first.
even a win
Game.
here might not be satisfied. I think he just wanted to say, look, this is what I can do.
60.
What I would like to do, Glenn, because this is, I think, our last session
70.
commentating together in this series.
Yay!
I just want to get your thoughts and your synopsis of the series so far and the lineup that we've got
121.
coming up at Champions Week in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, I think there's a fantastic balance. I mean,
140.
sometimes you have to think about the weeks you've been there, and obviously Jimmy Van Scaife stands out, and huge fan of the likes of the Hammer,
100.
Andy Hamilton, Jeff Smith. I mean, there's real opportunities for a lot of players there. John O'Shea, cracking player. But we were talking off air, weren't we, about Shea McGuire as well. I mean, what a season he's had. If he can top it up, I'm quietly confident to say that this could be the best Champions Week for a couple of series now.
Yeah, I think the last one was a Champions Week of opportunity, and Jensen Walker and Sam Spivey took their chances.
129.
Got through to the final. This is a Champions Week in every sense of the word.
Yeah, you'll be getting players
32,
now.
Tommy
Am I in
55.
Group A? Am I in Group B? As Tommy Morris is looking for a 2-0 lead.
Game
He said he couldn't even go to this game as favourite,
Tommy
remember?
Morris.
He's still searching for his first win. Surely from here he seized out the
So
job.
that gets Tommy to throw first.
Well, let's put it
Game
this way, Glenn. If you added, say, for example, a Tom Sykes, a Graham Usher, Danny Jansen
41.
this week, and then next week added a Andreas Howson, Steve West, you've got a Champions Week from the gods. Derek Coulson, of course, as well.
55.
Yes, I was being asked by Chris Murphy last night, and I said he stands out to me, Derek Coulson. He's not going to be in there. He's not going to be the headline act. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's the favourite for many of the matchups that he has. But again, it's a mouth-watering week, and looking forward to it.
58.
Who do you have off as favourite next week, that is?
I'll always say Harrison, I think.
92.
We've talked about players that when they get on that stage, they're just different. You know, I watch why Jimmy Van Scaife is not a professional player at the moment. I've been watching the progress of
140.
players like Marvin Van Velzen, where you know they've done their success here. They go to the professional game, and all of a sudden you're looking at their averages and it's almost scratching your head. Some players just love that stage. Jamie
58.
Kelling, his best darter on that stage. There's something about this venue, that stage, that certain people like, and it's not. The game doesn't seem as easy for them when they move away from it.
41.
Of course, Andreas will be playing at the World Championship for the first time in December. Looking at Champions League, I'm going to be honest with you, Shea McGuire
60.
goes off my favourite to win.
Really?
94.5 average for the week he won.
Imagine the crowd. Like I say, I'm still
137.
in shock
Tommy
over that
with
crowd last
150.
Saturday night as Tommy looks at a 150. Perfect first.
98.
Well, leaves
Right,
himself in
170.
situ if Browers cannot find the 70. He's going to get a dart at double top, providing he stays straight. Cannot
50.
execute.
Tommy Rock 152.
A plethora of 4-0 matches so far. Are we about to see another?
Game
Because
shown
Tommy
the
Morris
third
leads this
leg.
game 3 legs to
Tommy
0.
Morris.
I'll tell you what, if we
Well,
count with these 4
Rohan
nils,
to
Glenn, we
throw
might be able to get
first.
the
Scaife.
afternoon special at that Italian restaurant.
Tight. Already he's thinking of the special. Greedy man.
60.
Anybody we haven't seen
60.
yet this series? Now, don't include the players that are in the lineup next week. Any players we haven't seen yet in this series that you're looking forward to seeing again?
21.
I've got something to me. Jared Cole.
No, we've used him once. Don't need to use him again. Hi, Jared.
Yeah, these are great questions.
60.
We haven't got our champion at the moment.
No, Jensen will be due to play, I believe, in the next few weeks.
What's your thoughts on the champion getting an automatic invite to the next series?
123.
Only problem is then you'd have to reduce the amount of qualifying weeks.
Good point. That's why you're here.
42.
I tell you what I'd like to see. A certain Tedwood Everts.
59.
Haven't seen him yet in Series 11. I'll tell you another name that
45.
I'd like to see, but again, geography might make it a little bit more difficult. Stowe Bunce.
Well, I'm going to go even further.
96.
I'm desperate to see Raymond Smith back, and he's having success on the Australian tour as well at the moment. Bring him back.
85. Rohan Browers 142.
142 for Browers. 6 starts to at least get something on the board, and he's going to leave himself a double 4 when he returns.
And look, this procession of 4-0s looks like it's going to be ending because this has been a good response here from Browers.
Rohan Browers 8.
Disappointing return here from Tommy. To get on the board, double 2.
4. Tommy, you require 132.
Well, this would be some way to round it off.
54. Rohan, you require 4.
I'm going to pop the cork against the man who literally has a cork.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Double 2
Rohan Browers
is found. Back to 3-1.
Yeah, I've come
If
up with
against Tommy to throw first.
I've come up with a name who I'd like to see back before week 12. Greaves.
97.
Well, the days of second invites have become fewer and fewer. But
Are we talking people we haven't seen this series?
haven't seen this series yet.
Gotcha.
However, if
96.
anybody deserves the right of a second invite, it'd be Bo Greaves because of the numbers she put in. In fact, I can tell you that she's got the highest running average of any player in this series so far.
100.
I blame Jared Cole.
Yes, I blame Jared Cole in all.
Did you see his performance after that one, though? Shocking.
100.
Who did he lose to in the end?
Oh, the bottle job.
Who did he lose out to?
I'm 55-year-old. My memory's not
85.
great.
Reese Robinson.
I thought it was Ronnie Baxter, but that's another story.
58.
You're lucky I'm your friend.
On the board, all of a sudden hasn't
100.
been a friend to Tommy Morris, but is he on that final lap? I think get the sense of the camaraderie between these players
57.
that there won't be too
Tommy
much
require
disappointment from
119.
Browers if Tommy Morris gets on the board. He would have had an opportunity if treble 20 gone
59.
there, but he will be back.
So this
100.
to eventually
Tommy
get off the
60.
mark and to get a first win. Double top.
20.
2 match darts are come and go.
90.
He'll stay there. Very safe, a double 15.
75.
Well, he's
Tommy
waited
McGuire,
the best
40.
part of 2 days for this moment.
Go!
Hallelujah for Tommy Morris.
Tommy Morris.
At long last, he's got that win, and, well, there's the shuffle. I'll tell you what, he does it better than you, Glenn. He's a showman, all right. And he has finally got that elusive win. This is how he did it. It wasn't the best game, but Tommy Morris will be happy to pick points up. After the break, Richie Howson takes on Cal Wilkinson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, into the final round's worth of fixtures. Before the break, Tommy Morris got his first win, 4-1 against Rohan Browers. Jamie Kelling got a big, telling 4-0 win over Richie Howson. And Carl Wilkinson got the better of Dan Hands by that particular score. And this is how the table looks. So Carl Wilkinson and Jamie Kelling both on 14 points. Carl Wilkinson is through. Jamie Kelling is almost there. Richie Howson needs to find a Herculean effort if he is to qualify for tomorrow night's finals. And it is Richie Howson in action now against Carl Wilkinson. Now, these are the permutations for this game. Carl Wilkinson is through if he wins 2 legs. Jamie Kelling will join him on Saturday night. Richie Howson would be eliminated. If Richie wins this game 4-0 or 4-1, he does give himself hope, but Kelling would only need 1 or a couple of legs in his final game against Rohan Browers to qualify himself through to yet another Saturday night here at the Super Series. So for Howson,
First leg,
it
it's Richie
is
to throw first.
a
Game
desperate
on.
scenario, an now or never scenario.
It's now or never. And the worrying thing for Richie is the fact, even if he does win this game 4-0, 4-1,
100.
I keep looking at that bottom game, Jamie Kelling against Browers, and whatever Jamie needs to do, you feel he will against Rohan.
99.
But he's in with an opportunity, in with a shout is Richie Howson, even if it is a very, very
60.
unlikely opportunity.
It was always going to be a
60.
tall order for Richie Howson. He lost his opening game of the day yesterday against Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 2. And then backed that up with a 4-3 loss to Jamie Kelling. So those head-to-heads have proved crucial.
45.
Interesting that Carl Wilkinson knew exactly what was going on. I wonder if he knows he's
82.
actually qualified at this moment.
If you're Richie Howson, I suppose you're hoping that he does.
100.
Hope that adrenaline is just coursed out of the body a little bit.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to
100.
look at that, isn't it? We've talked about the fact that we've seen a couple of good games where they've just been on a free roll. Not a great deal to play for apart from position in the table. Or do you need that tension, that adrenaline in your body to provide the best?
140.
Whatever scenario you look at, whatever happens here, it's still advantage Kelling.
140.
Well, these
Richie, record
opportunities
56.
are must get for Howson. Double top. And even in the first leg of the match, the room for manoeuvre is absolutely
shown the
minute,
first
but he
leg.
manages to pin the
Richie
tops.
Howson.
Doesn't allow Wilkinson to get to match
Second leg, it's
point
Cole to throw first.
in terms of
Game on.
ending Howson's hopes of making it through.
$100.
Does Wilkinson have the game to win it come tomorrow night? We've talked about that solid, gritty, match-playing style of his.
180.
Does he need more of them?
Yeah, I think if he's to win tomorrow night, I think he'll be the first to admit that I think he needs to find another level if he's going to be
100.
competitive with the big beasts, your Sykes and your Ushers. Because Graham Usher, I think, will go through no matter what.
45.
I made that mistake last night when I said, forget the value. He will dominate Group B, but Paul Hogan continue to roll out the years, roll back the years even. He's looking really solid there, but you feel he has the game. When he played well, he was the dominant player.
140.
I'm talking with Carl Coleman as this is on. He's had a good night's sleep. Rest and preparation's great. He said it can't be as bad as last night, and he's determined to show what he can do. Will he play the type of role that Dan Hans did in this one? I thought he was going to change the whole complexion of it.
96.
He's left himself on a double after 12, and you've got to give Howson credit here. He knew he had to get up from the get-go. He knew he had to pull in something big, and that's exactly what he's doing so far. Tops left after 12, threatening the break of Wilkinson, and this would be for 2-0. And suddenly, this is where mentally everything could shift again, because suddenly, Carl Wilson, yes, he knows he's through, but all of a sudden, Richie Howson's going to be feeling better about his chances all of a sudden.
Yeah, just in your picture there, Owen Binks. I think it's as a referee as well, a classic sight. You don't even notice him, do you?
100.
There he is there, just doing another immaculate job.
Did he give you a fiver to say that?
No,
60.
Definitely not. I just think credit where credit's due. And as a dart player, when you've got a big game like this and you've got a... We've talked about the stage, we've talked about the setup and that, but when you've got that brilliant referee, it just adds to it as well.
121.
All we need is a decent commentator alongside me, and we are laughing.
That's all right. Chris Murphy's back tonight. And tomorrow.
The A-team. Who's my commentator Saturday night? Must be Chris Murphy. We were so good last week.
Then
100.
You've got Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar on Monday and Tuesday. And then you've got some squeaky bloke for the rest of the week.
85.
Obviously, nobody else was available.
Well, he's doing what he needs to do, and maybe a spot on with your analysis there. The sting seems to have come out of Carl Wilkinson. He's playing like he knows he has qualified.
100 average so far for Howson.
86.
When it's mattered, he is putting his foot on the throttle.
If he doesn't qualify for Saturday night, he's going to be missed, Richie. I think he has got the game to come Saturday night and win it. Double 16. There'll be an element of frustration in Richie Howson at the moment because he is saving his best to last. But has the damage been done already?
Game on.
But what it does do is it does force the issue of Jamie Kelling. It makes him just have that slight twitch going into that game with Rohan Browers, knowing that he has to get the job done.
Just going back to the referee, if you were a dart player, who would you want to hear a 180 from and you were playing on that stage?
180!
Paul Hinks. For me, it's just the most iconic of 180 calls.
100.
It was the 180 call that when I was playing and I was playing awfully, that'd be the one I'd shout out. Some other iconic 180 calls over the years. Bruce Spenley's was superb, wasn't it? George Noble.
Ooh. The boss is watching.
100.
Trust me, if the boss was watching, I would have got the sack by now.
This is a superb performance from Richie Howson. Part of me feels for him right now. It just shows you these group C's and group B's. He was opening a couple of games. You think there's a long way to go, but the damage could have been done then. There was moments today I thought Richie not only was going to qualify, but top the group. But that defeat and that cracking performance by Jamie Kelling has meant it's almost an impossible task, but he's doing everything he needs to. And he's saying to Jamie Kelling, you go and see it out then, sir. Treble 18.
Well, he's given Carl
56.
a look in at the 145. If he doesn't take it, Howson's back to win it 4-0 to give himself hope, and he is going to get some hope, and he is going to get a chance to win it 4-0 and force the issue at JK.
He needed a 4-0. He needed a 4-1 minimum. It's been a terrific performance where he's been averaging over 100 throughout. And Richie Howson does put on that special performance. But is it too little too late? It smiles all around. And you sense for Carl Wilkinson, that was a performance of a player that's already qualified. We'll be seeing him Saturday night as he walks up the stage. Will we be seeing Richie Howson? Well, with those numbers there, an excellent finish once again. He's been so much better today, but was the damage done yesterday? A little bit longer to wait because first up it's Dan Hands against Tommy Morris.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Richie Howson kept his chances of qualification alive with a 4-0 win over Carl Wilkinson, average of 93.94. 4 from 6 when it came to his doubling. Our next match is a meeting between Tommy Morris and Dan Hands. Tommy got his first win. For Dan, he can maybe feel like his performances so far this week have perhaps deserved a little bit more, but if there's one thing you learn about sport, sometimes you just don't get what you deserve. Just ask any Crystal Palace supporters this afternoon about not getting what you deserve.
I wouldn't know. I'm just focused on the darts, Henry.
100.
What I will say, Henry, if this match is 4-0, we could be peppering the quickest game of all time.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Oh, please disagree. Let's have an argument.
No, I don't want to have an argument.
92.
The pair of these players are quicker than Ronnie Baxter.
Oh, go away.
137. $45. 99.
The fact that Tommy's got his first win last time out, do you think it'll give him a little bit of a
54.
pep up ahead of this one?
Yeah, he didn't want to go away with the 0 points, did he? It was a tight game. This is probably where it all went wrong yesterday. It was a real tight match between the pair of them.
170.
I was even talking to the other players that the last person they wanted in the group was Tommy Morris because he's a top-notch player.
60. Tommy require 100.
Got that very, very late call up yesterday morning.
82. Danny require 110. $70. Tommy require 32.
Ignore that 5 minutes 38 quickest
Gauge
game.
on the first leg. Tommy Morris.
But a good start for Morris.
Second leg is Tommy to throw
Break a
first.
throw,
Game
16
on.
data, the gun up and running.
$81.
As you're running what we want about in the first leg.
58.
Some breaking sporting news, and that is Crystal Palace have been banned from this season's Europa League and have been relegated
100.
to the Conference League. Nottingham Forest have been given a promotion into the Europa League.
Who cares?
60.
Now Pilgrim will.
Good point. He's bigger than me.
97.
Has the highest average in this building, 122.69 in a game against Denny Oldercoulter, who is at risk of breaking the record for most consecutive games in a season with defeat on the PDC Pro Tour circuit.
Oh, I bet he's delighted to hear that.
Hey, you're delighted it's not you who's got the record.
Yeah, God, yeah, he must be bad.
140. Tommy
Forgot about that.
123.
All of a sudden, this game's easy as 1, 2, 3.
78.
Tell you what, if he did get it there, the record could have been on if he went a little bit blitzy in the
99.
couple of
Tommy
legs
require
thereafter.
45. 13. Danny require 104.
Yeah, Dan has not started this match well, but he could be level if a treble 18 goes in.
88. Tommy require
So Morris back for 32 to double his lead to 2-0. So he had a couple of opportunities
James on
and
the
he's not going
second
to pass
leg.
this one
Tommy
by.
Morris.
2-0 to the gun.
So like it's Dan to throw first. Game on. $100. 140.
What do you think Jamie Kelling's going to be feeling right now, Glenn?
I think he'll be feeling absolutely fine.
140.
No doubt he didn't, at least it's in his hands. 2 legs required. He'll expect to do that. The
100.
way he's played, I think he's been fantastic and he'll be a welcome addition. I think this group C's delivered. Maybe not always the spectacular 100-plus averages.
76.
But it's been full of quality, some real highs and lows. At one point we thought Wilkinson was out. At one point Kelling was out. We thought Howson was on the run. It's been one of those. There's been that real separation. The top 3 have stood. They've shone.
40.
Yeah, a table of 2 halves this week in Group C.
91. Danny require 145. 85. Tommy require 110.
For a 3-0 lead. Needed the treble 18.
56. Danny require 60.
Incidentally, has Tommy Morris changed his flights in this game?
Game's on the third.
Well, any which way, Hans has brought
Dan
it back to
Hans.
2-1, but I think Tommy Morris has had a bit of a tinker of his equipment.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. 100. 96.
Getting excited for tomorrow night. Obviously, we'll know all 6 players around about 1 a.m. tonight. So much to play for in Group B. We are coming to the climax of Group C. Jamie Kelling, an incredibly hot favourite to do that. Richie Howson searching for that miracle. Rohan Browers being that miracle.
Well, that is a change of flight and stem for Tommy Morris there. And the change is working for the gun.
59.
6 starts away from opening up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
100.
Going about his business quite well. Average here just under the 90 mark.
57. Tommy requires 64.
For a 3-1 lead. We know the route. It's tops.
And
it's
it's
3-1 to Tommy Morris. 8 defeats on the spin, but he could be finishing off with 2 victories. The kind of win ratio we expected from Tommy. It was interesting speaking with Carl Wilkinson. The other players were disappointed when he walked in. Number 1, because of his character, and number 2, about the quality that Tommy Morris brings. And it was also interesting to see that they prepared themselves for Anthony Allen. You know, that's what really surprised me this week. The way the players are preparing, they're studying, they're looking at the players in the group, where to get the wins, even looking at the list of players and when they're playing who. But Tommy just never recovered from those early couple of defeats. 55. But it's nice to see him finish on a high.
Well, he's got there eventually. I mean, this was, in all effects, a free hit for him because of how late the call-up was.
100.
So anything that he did do was going to be a certified bonus for him.
140.
Extra pennies in the pocket because he's already had a crack at this series.
60.
Yeah, so much darts going on. The excitement is there for the World Match Play. The Euro 2 is on in Kiel this weekend. And tomorrow night, another fantastic weekly final. Tom Sykes is there. Carl Wilkinson's there. That real Yorkshire flavour.
44.
Who will be joining? That game is up next. That will determine who gets that 2nd and 3rd place.
100.
Well, Morris leaves himself on 86 to complete a 4-1 win. To the hands of Dan Hans, who's had a good week here, but it looks like it's just fallen by the wayside right to the very end.
54.
Still going to find double 16, and so has Dan got a big un up his sleeve. No, it's the answer, so Morris returns to 32 to get the job done. Oh, no, it's not. It's bullseye found, sorry.
Flag. Dan Hans.
Tut, 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 Henry. Can I WhatsApp you and highlight your error?
First. Game on.
Just like you did to me last night. Just like you did with Jamie Durrant last week.
140.
Henry is now laying on the floor. The perfectionist that is Henry Dick is absolutely furious with himself. But one person who isn't is Dan Hans. Big smile on his face. That happy accident into the 4 and right into the bullseye. Apologies if anyone was upset with the commentary there of Henry Deacon.
What shall I do first? Write my resignation letter or wait for the P45 to come through the post?
Both. 58. I'll help you write it. 60 points ahead is Tommy, plus these.
100.
Stunning last start. I think he liked that last start as well. So despite that wonderful finish from Dan Hans, he's back on the back foot.
134. $42.
Again, just a little bit scrappy. And often with that last start as well for Tom, if he analyses his game going back. Just creeping back into this game is Dan.
139.
He does not want to lose this game.
99.
Wonderful setup play. Are we down to this? Because Dan would have the darts in the final leg. It's tops. It's 3-3.
Sick flag. Dan Hands. 7th and final leg, it's Dan to throw
Well,
first.
there's no doubt about that one.
Game
And
on.
we go all the way. Game that could have been wrapped up 4-0. Morris did have opportunities to go 3 up in the game. And here we are in the last leg decider.
Yeah, same
81.
scenario as yesterday. They went the distance. There was nothing to separate them, nothing to separate them here. It was a beautiful finish from Hands. And like I say, he's now favourite for this match. Morris needs a big one. He's flustered.
41.
I don't think he's the only one.
I was also thinking Jamie Kelling will have prepared himself because dart players as they're going up, that the want to have their final system. Is that the time of the blind 180? He's already done one of them today. Miserable Durran strikes again.
60.
I think that time, I think there was a bit more. Oh, God, he's going to do it again. Oh, no, maybe not.
100.
You'll get something right in this match soon, Henry. Don't you worry about that.
Such as going home.
140. Dan
Just
McGuire,
rapid,
16.
quick times, but it's 6 darts and 116 for Dan. Is Dan the man?
96. $99. Dan McGuire.
This to finish it
20.
off. Double 10. Doesn't go, and so Tommy Morris comes back for 80.
Tommy McGuire.
Not for the first time in this Group C campaign where Dan has 3 darts to seal. He can't. But Morris can. He gets over the line in the end, and he has the shuffle to boot.
Tommy
A
Morris.
disastrous Group C campaign, but the Tommy gun is smiling. 2 wins on the spin. And for Dan Hands, I would like to say at this point, I hope to see him on that stage again. There's a proper dart playing there, and there's a proper dancer on the stage in Tommy Morris. Great to see the smile. Thanks for being here, Tommy. You've been a pleasure as always. A good game between them, went right down to the final dart, but it's Morris that ends up with 2 wins on the spin. Big game, final game. It's all about Jamie Kelling. He plays Rohan Browers last.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Final game of the group here at the Modus Super Series, a meeting between Rohan Browers and Jamie Kelling. And for Jamie, he needs a couple of legs to progress his way through to tomorrow night's final. So 2 legs required for Kelling to make it into Saturday's showdown. And 2 legs was what he got against Rohan yesterday. He lost 4-2 in what was the opening game of Group C on Thursday afternoon.
Game on.
And it's going to be the final game of Group C as we head towards Friday evening, as the sun still shines on a beautiful south coast day. Temperatures around about the 27-degree mark here in Port, so it's been a blisteringly hot day, a day where the players have had to keep their cool, but it really is coming up to the boil now. Well, that's the thermometer on the stage.
58.
And as you can see, it is very hot. 29 degrees Celsius, the temperature on stage. There is actually a ruling in UEFA games that if the temperature exceeds 33 degrees, then the players have to stop for a cooling break.
Well, they could come in the comms box. It's nice and cool in
42.
here.
Well, it would be nice and cool if you didn't turn the air conditioning unit off.
$60.
My teeth were chattering last night with Chris Murphy, but that's another story.
That's because he's a cool guy.
140.
This is the last leg. We'll be commentating together in the group phases. You will be calling the winning dart tomorrow night. Who do you think that one person will be? How have you assessed the week?
I think the further things have gone, I think it's looking more and more likely that Tom Sykes wins it. I think his case has got stronger over the last couple of days.
140.
Without even throwing a dart.
And will we see Jamie Kelling? Because Browers was excellent in his final game late last night against Carl Wilkinson, who dealt with it and won the match.
On
paper, it's just thinking Kelling needs 2 legs. If this goes, once again, saying straight on the simple jobs.
33.
That's a mess. That's a mess. But he will be back. Just a reminder, Jamie Kelling needs 2 legs to qualify for tomorrow night. Can Browers do Howson a real favour?
It's double top.
23.
Well, this to put him in a leg would mean
80.
that he'd have a few opportunities on throw to get the job done if he can pick off this 80s double top.
40. Rohan McGuire, 20.
Is there going to be another twist in this Group C tail?
15.
Brought everything into
Jamie
that final
McGuire,
dart. That
40.
was not pretty to see. And if you're Richie Howson, head in your hands, because Jamie Kelling has not played well in this leg, but he's won away.
The first leg.
That's what it means to him.
Right.
Second leg is Jamie to throw first.
I could be completely off the mark here, but for leg 1, was that a little bit too much of a celebration?
Does he think he only needs 1 leg? I was thinking exactly the same.
100.
Oh, I hope now this doesn't end 4-1 Browers. I so hope it doesn't end 4-1 Browers. just in case he does think that way.
$60.
I'm starting to get a sick feeling inside my stomach. And it's not the breakfast that I had this morning.
100.
Yes, I've had a sick feeling in my stomach every time I've looked at you today, Henry, but that is what partnership is all about.
100.
Have you heard of David Brent?
Yes, The Office, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Slough, wasn't it? Slough Advertiser?
One of my all-time
41.
favourite shows.
Yeah, I've seen some of your dances. It's a little bit like that, isn't it? Well, Kelling perhaps now in a
81.
position where he's beginning to close in on tomorrow night. 160 points away from that second leg that he needs to secure his passage
43.
into
Jamie
Saturday's
McGuire,
final. And for
160.
JK, it would be a 6th Saturday in 12 attempts.
Yeah, these darts he's thrown
40.
right now haven't done his Group C campaign any justice, really. He's been superb, and he's on the cusp of qualification.
51.
Tom Sykes,
Jamie
Carl
McGuire,
Wilkinson
120.
are already through. Qualifying number 3
100.
was
Rohan
potentially
McGuire,
Jamie Kelling with that
107.
dart. Surely not.
Absolutely not. And so Kelling now has 3 in his hand to secure his
Jamie
passage
McGuire,
through to
20.
tomorrow night.
Game shot on the second leg.
JK is
Jamie
in to
Kelling.
Saturday night. A 6th Saturday finals for Jamie
Third is
Kelling
Rohan to throw
here
first.
in
Game.
Portsmouth.
Yeah, just a quick message to Richie Howson as well. He's played his part, and the damage was done. His opening 2
100.
games yesterday, played 2, lost 2. Almost like he had to be immaculate, but for a large part of today, Richie Howson looked like he was going to qualify. But a stunning
97.
performance by that man in your picture retrieving his darts against Richie. Put pay to that. He put a wonderful performance in beating top of the table, Carl Wilkinson 4-0.
96.
He really was looking for a big favour from Rohan Browers, who had to win this match by 4 legs to 1 or better. But those missed darts at a double. We now have 3 players.
140.
And what, Henry, is going to be a cracking night of darts. You've got that really solid player in Carl Wilkinson, that elegant-looking
79.
Jamie Kelling, and that wonderful prospect. And a real potential winner, not only tomorrow night, but Champions Week in Tom Sykes.
100.
I said it when I was with Trina on Monday, I think it was. Tom Sykes doesn't look at this as a week anymore. He sees this as a qualifier
100. Jamie
for the
McGuire,
Champions Week.
164.
I think that's what his reputation and his CV now boasts. I think similar with Jimmy Van Schie. I think this goes. I think this goes. It does not go.
139.
Yes, we both stood up there.
126.
Wouldn't be typical now. Browers hits this. It was missed dart after missed dart. 5 missed darts that opening leg.
101. Jamie McGuire, 25.
Well, he needed that magical number 2 in legs, did Jamie Kelling.
Game shot
But
the third
3
leg.
is Sugar Sweet.
Jamie Kelling.
That's the double break. And now
Full flag
looking
is Jamie
to
to throw
complete
first.
it with
Game.
a rout. A Rohan rout.
With 7 games to go, we were looking at a very tight Group C. Some of the games, lots of 4-3s, lots of 4-2s. But the final 7 games, potentially
140.
5 of them being 4-0.
50.
Yeah, it's been a few stinkers, hasn't there, Glenn?
Well, not many, really. I think we've seen 3
57.
players who have really produced some great darts. I think what you're trying to say there, we haven't seen the 100 averages like the Group A campaign. But I think
85.
if I was playing this Group C qualification, isn't it best to save me 100 averages for tomorrow night?
Well, you're going to have to play around that mark if you're going to beat Tom Sykes tomorrow night.
180.
I think it's a testament to Tom as well that we're talking about him, because it's almost sometimes you forget about that Group A winner, and come Saturday night,
100.
there they are.
124.
It's been a fascinating, enthralling, engrossing Group C campaign. It really has. That real separation of players. And that's how professional this young man is. No thought
60.
of a finishing on a real high with a 1-2-4. He sets it up for what should be a routine 4-0. And after that first leg, I wasn't so sure I was going to be saying that.
123.
So,
Jamie requires 64.
to round it off 4-0, Kelling looking at 64 to get the job done. 16. He zooms in on double 16 and he gets double 16, and that's a 4-0 win for Jamie Kelling. He beats Rohan Browers, and he is not just through to tomorrow night's final, but he does so as the winner of Group C. Comprehensive in the end, although I can tell you now, it was not plain sailing. He made it look easy, and that's full compliments and full props to him. He joins Carl Wilkinson through to tomorrow night's final. Well, that's the end of the live darts, but we've got reaction and analysis coming on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The action has been completed on this Friday afternoon, and it was a dramatic end to proceedings as Jamie Kelling got the better of Rohan Browers by 4-0. It was Richie Howson who narrowly missed out in the end. Despite beating Carl Wilkinson 4-0, it was a defeat 4-0 to Jamie Kelling in the game prior to that ended his hopes. Carl Wilkinson, well, he had the easiest time of making it through, but he finishes second in Group C. We can have a look at the table now for you. Jamie Kelling won that game, went through, and he goes through as the winner of Group C. Carl Wilkinson in second, which means he's got to play Tom Sykes in the first game of Saturday night. Richie Howson narrowly misses out, with Dan Hands, Rohan Browers and Tommy Morris completing the 6-player group. So, Jamie Kelling, the winner of Group C. He joins both myself and Glenn Durrant here in the studio to assess the way he's played and to talk about everything that happened over the course of the last couple of days. Right, I want to go right back to the end. That last game, what did you think you needed to do?
I thought I needed 4-1, which I know now is incorrect, but I managed to get the job done. I knew if I won the group, I win the group. If I lost, I could potentially not go through. So the most important thing was winning the group, and luckily I managed to get the job done.
This could have been like a you on the Isle of Man moment, Glenn.
Well, you were panicking. I mean, you were like, oh, I've got a real sinking feeling here because he's reacted there like someone who's qualified. And if Rohan had come back and won 4-1, you know, how would that have looked there? Because we felt that he may take the pace out of his game, but he got the job done in the end. There was that real separation of 3 players, and we're disappointed that Richie Howson's gone, but one of those top 3 classy players was not going to qualify. Bit
of a roller coaster of a day, wasn't it, for yourself?
Yeah, and do you know what we said before a dart was thrown yesterday in the practice room, that you know someone's going to miss out, because it was a class group, to be fair. And Tommy Morris, I know he didn't play the way he can, but he could have easily had 16, 18 points. He's that type of player. So we knew it was going to be tight. It was just a case of getting the job done when you're on that hockey, and that's it.
How key was that game against Richie Howson in the middle portion of today's session?
Yeah, that was the one today where I thought, right, get your head on now. My finishing, I think, was 4 out of 5, I think, at the doubles. And that was the difference, because he was with me every time. But I knew if I lost that, I was out. So, you know, that's what makes a player, and you've got to take those chances. And if you do, great, which I did. You know, Richie's a class player, class human being as well. Like, it's been a really good group. I've really enjoyed this week, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
We felt that game was an eliminator, didn't we, in commentary?
Yeah, we called it a knockout game, and Richie Howson has sort of been playing knockout darts because his opening 2 games of yesterday lost them both. Almost like he had to be immaculate from them. We almost said that Richie Howson went into that game as favourite, but Jamie Kelling's done some really good stuff. I mean, you know, I've been looking at Jamie and his priorities for this year. We've been looking at his vault results, but we know that coming on that stage, number 1, he loves it. Number 2, he's a proven winner. And number 3, it's his priority as well. And if you put all those key ingredients in the pot, you know, he's a deserved winner. And I guess my question to you now, Jamie, is we were just chatting off air there, and you said you've been solid, you've been assured, you've been confident. How then do you go to that next level where you might need a 95 and might need a 100 average to win it tomorrow?
Well, I look at the game against Richie. I needed 90 plus, whatever he had 90 as well, I think, plus, and I just stepped it up again. So he's taking those chances. I back myself scoring wise, but it's those. I think I said it to you before. It's not the ton plus finishes. It's the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. It's those clutch finishing, and I think when that's on point and you're scoring ton 40s, you've always got a chance, and that's what you can do. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah, his scoring's looked immaculate, hasn't it? I mean, he's a good-looking player. We talked about the height, the trajectory of the dart. We did a little bit of work on as well when he's been playing the game. But yeah, it could come down to some clutch finishing. We've got some really big scorers through. We had Carl Wilkinson Saturday yesterday, who was the opposite. He's trying to find the 180s and 140s of a Jamie Kelling, of a Tom Sykes. But come the end, he feels like he's the better player in the group then. So a fascinating dynamic between the 3 players that have qualified already.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Jamie. Myself and Glenn are going to dissect everything else that has happened today. Carl Wilkinson, the other player to make it through, and it wasn't as convincing as maybe we thought it was going to be at the beginning of the day.
Yes, we used the words assured, confident. He was the one that he had that consistency yesterday. We've seen the brilliance and maybe not so good from the other players. Where he stood tall yesterday, he looked nervy today. There was some body movement. He was feeling darts, but he had a 90 finish followed by a 100 finish in game 3, and that was really decided. You could see he settled immediately from there. A couple of results went his way in the end, and I'm delighted for Carl. He was the nap we gave yesterday, value for money. But it's Jamie that he took the top spot.
Well, if he is feeling any nerves for tomorrow night, playing Tom Sykes in the first game of the evening isn't exactly going to help.
And that Yorkshire, because he saw it was quite bullish yesterday, wasn't he? You know, Yorkshire's not all about Graham Usher and Tom Sykes. And maybe that's a real motivational factor for him, because he's a proud Yorkshire captain. That'll be a really interesting game, that one.
Has this week been a bit of a head-scratcher for Richie Howson? Because he's played some decent stuff, but it's just felt like every time he's played well, his opponents have just found something more.
He's never played his best, but he had the best average yesterday. He had the most 180s. His doubles were very poor, and he corrected a lot of them problems. And look, going into that game with Jamie, he had the momentum. It just took a wonderful performance from Jamie Kelling to really stop Richie Howson. But the damage was done in those open couple of defeats. And those head-to-heads between Kelling, Wilkinson against Howson have proved pivotal for him there. And he'll maybe look back at the way he started yesterday.
What about the boys down the bottom 3?
Dan Hands, I'm a fan. I don't know what Jamie thinks backstage. I think the fundamentals are there. I think he's not the all-round player by a long way. But his throw, that reminiscent of Kevin Doots, he makes the 180s look ridiculously easy, but still an awful lot to learn. Rohan Browers wants a little chat as well afterwards there, but I'll use your analogy and the Marvin van Velzen, where it took Marvin to come here once before he realised what you have to do, acclimatise yourself, preparation. I think he'll be back, and I think he'll be strong. And for Tommy Morris, I think Jamie's already answered. Maybe me and you expected him to get 14, 16 points. That late preparation, the damage again was done yesterday, but a terrific group. I've really enjoyed it.
He outdid your shuffling, though.
Yeah, they've all tried it, haven't they? But like I said, I proved it in here yesterday that I've still got the dozer shuffle. No one does it better than I do. But he's a character. He's a character. He'll show it to you. But listen, I mean, that's a poor attempt there. If he wants a dance off, I'm ready.
Were you giving that out of 10, Jamie?
1 at best. No, to be fair, Tommy Ross is a class human being, and when he walked into that practice room yesterday, because none of us really knew that he was coming, because I think someone pulled out the name, and he turned up. He's just a bundle of joy. Yeah. Like, he just brings so much life to the practice room, and you know, you enjoy playing him. There's no funny business. It's just game on. He's a wonderful human being. He really is.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket. This is of interest to you, Jay, because this is how things break down. Tom Sykes won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Jamie Kelling, as we saw a few moments ago, winning Group C, with Carl Wilkinson coming through as runner-up. Tonight, we're going to see Paul Hogan. He's in pole position alongside Jason Heaver in Group B. There'll be some movements potentially from Graham Usher and Danny Jansen. Carl Coleman is looking for that first win of Group B. That resumes tonight from 10 p.m. And for yourself, Jane, we were talking yesterday afternoon. You had a really good run of consecutively making it into Saturday nights, getting closer, getting to finals, you know, really knocking on that door at Champions League again. Last time didn't quite work out, but this time you must feel like the game is in the right frame to possibly be knocking back at them doors. Yeah, definitely. And like I think I said to you yesterday in my interview, I just feel nice and calm on and off the hockey. My life's good, and that really shows on the hockey. Yeah. You know, since having my boy, he is the priority, and darts becomes second to that. But the things I do win in darts goes to him, and I just want to provide the best life for my family, and I'm just enjoying things at the moment, mate. I really am. Sometimes it's just important to do the things you love, right? Absolutely. And darts, I know it can be frustrating sometimes, don't get me wrong, but I back myself, and I know everyone else backs himself, but I'm just enjoying my life, and what happens. I love the competitiveness as well. Like, I really, you know, when you really got to dig in. We can see it out there. Yeah, I love it. I just really love it. And, you know, like I said, I go home to a lovely family at the end of the day, so what can go wrong, really? Sometimes there's players that, look, there's players at the elite end that want to do elite things, but there's also other players like Jamie that we know have got an ability, but actually sometimes that life isn't for them. Yeah, it's hard. It's really, really difficult being on the road, but that's my favourite answer of the week. That, I mean, that is someone who's just speaking the game, because family is the most important.
Jamie speaks so well. He looks so good up there, and the way he's talking, if he does go out in the group phase tomorrow, any chance of getting him in comms box? I have a decent comms partner. Question for Modus Super Series.
Do you want to do the whole night? We'll swap. I'll play you. Commentate.
I've seen him play, Jamie. Say
What's
no.
the money like?
Well, yeah, good point.
Flummoxed.
But it's been a while between drinks, hasn't it, for yourself in terms of winning one of these?
Yeah, and you know what? I want to prove it's not a fluke. And I know it's a really tough group. Like, I think I looked at the 12 players before and I thought, how many finalists are there? How many winners are there? Myself included. And I want to prove it wasn't a fluke. And it's never going to be easy here. It's never. But, we've all got 3 darts. It's 5:01. Let's see what happens tomorrow night.
Well, Jamie, many congratulations. You never know, might see you in the commentary box as well. Glenn, thank you so much.
Thank you, Henry.
Ever. We'll see you tonight from 10 o'clock. That's going to be with Group B, and this is how that table looks. It's Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver. They both lead the way, 6 points apiece. Graham Usher and Danny Jansen on 4. It could all change in that table. Carl Coleman is still looking for that first win. The action resumes tonight from 10 p.m. Before that, though, on Pluto TV, there is plenty coming up over the next few hours, and we've got a break of throw series coming up for you next, and it is analysing the actions of influencers. I'm sure Glenn Durrant will be delving his beady eye into that. And then we have got the icons of darts with Russ Bray and George Noble. Then 10 o'clock, Group B gets underway, and we'll have Le Molette, Danny Jansen in action for that. And then Saturday from 7:30, it is finals night. And we know Tom Sykes is going to be there. We know that Carl Wilkinson is going to be there. But it's also the day of JK. We'll see you tonight from 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
What a finish. What a man. The drum roll finishes. And the target is hit. And
it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout player.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin